The best of sports, lifestyle, analyses, and much more.
Can you feel it? Can you feel it?
Can you feel it?
This is Today's Quest with Annie on Today 95.1 FM.
Take shit, vibe killer. Love is somebody time. Protect my energy from your bad aura. Then my pastor say I be my healer, everything I desire. I go receive my rhythm, flow like a river. If you get yawa, come on, go and sit down. I go just para, come out my trigger. I go just follow my dream. I'm feeling vibes on vibes. I'm a ticking dynamite. I blow your candle lights. You know I'm just that type. No, them not fit you my vibe. Them not fit you my vibe. You not fit you, you not fit you, you not fit you my vibe.
My blessings tall like towers. I possess a superpower. I let the good rain down like showers. I never let them make me sour. Cause it ain't that deep when it's shallow. They show you love but be hating in the shadows. So many comparisons, I'm a Samaritan. Wanna shoot me down, no ammo. I'm who I am, I don't know about you. Tell no lies cause I live my truth. Lord knows I try doing what I do. Every time that I talk it's a business move. How about it? Don't you know that I'm about it? So serious, ain't no clown shit. Meticulous on my crown shit. Spiritually, physically gifted. See it from the back end of the hip. Orium is Kelly on a hit. Only ring is Sally when I'm lit. Girl, we be telling them I'm a ribbon and melanin represent. Gotta get a glory to most high. You can't bring me down, I'm way too high. Tick like a dynamite. You're not killing my vibe, my vibe.
Vibe killer, love is somebody time. Protect my energy from your bad aura. Then my pastor say I be my healer, everything I desire. I go receive my rhythm, flow like a river. If you get yawa, come on, go and sit down. I go just para, come up my jigger. I go just follow my dream. I'm feeling vibes on vibes. I'm a ticking dynamite. I blow your candle lights. You know I'm just that type. No, them no pick you my vibe. Them no pick you my vibe. You no pick you, you no pick you, you no pick you my vibe.
Vibe Killer, Iris Star featuring Kelly Rowland from Destiny's Child. You know, Beyonce's should I call her now? You sure I know Kelly Rowland now? Okay, good. Now she jumped on the remix of Iris Star's Vibe Killer. And you know, when I think about the collaborations I see with Nigerian artists and a lot of this, you know, American artists or international collaborations, and I'm just completely impressed. That's when I know that we really have vibe, and that nothing is going to kill our vibe. We will find a path. Nigeria will find a path. It might just be that we're going through really dark times and it looks really bleak. I mean, everywhere you look. Yesterday, I was talking to someone. I heard the dollar was rising to places that gave me a heart panic. And I, don't panic yet, Annie. When we get to 1,000 naira, you can panic. I said, please don't say that. Don't say that to me. I can't. And, you know, reading the news again, you find all these heartbreaking stories. in Katsina, where you've got kids who were kidnapped from the farm. You have women who were trying to raise money for a wedding who are also abducted. You've got in Lagos Ibadan Expressway, a sibling is talking about how the kidnappers are butchering some of them up. It's just gruesome stories everywhere you hear. In the news, you hear transporters say, look, it's difficult bringing goods down this way because along the way, all the way down here, we need to pay at checkpoints. There are different people who set up different things on the road, each demanding something, an arm and a leg. And then by the time you get to the market, nice Annie goes to the market and wants to buy a piece of yam or a potato. And the ones I used to buy that was 10 naira, the time is 50. And I'm like, but they have to impute all the expenses they incurred along the way. These days, when you see where they've got rice, you just have to face front and tell your kids, look, it's not rice you need to eat every day. Have you tried? You start looking for substitutes. Let's try and see if we can. Yams are even expensive these days. You can't even say, let's substitute the rice for yam. So you look around and it just seems as if we're in trouble though. If one union is not trying to say we're going on strike, another is getting ready, another has been in one for so long that you've forgotten that industry even exists. And it just seems as if we've gotten ourselves into a very, very dark hole. Too deep to crawl out from. But then you hear things like this. Collabos like this, like Kelly Rowland and Iris Star. Then there's several of them. You hear the Pata Ranking is going to sing at the largest football stage in Qatar. You hear about all these things and you said, we still can because the potential exists. We've got it everywhere. And it's not just when it comes to arts, it comes to sciences. You find Nigerians are doing amazing stuff, even here in Nigeria. Here in Nigeria. So it's not as if, once they leave Nigeria, then you find them in sciences, in technology. It's amazing the things Nigerians can do. And, I want to blame the leader, like, we've got bad leaders. It's okay to say that. But we must realize the part that we play in this too. How desirous are you of a system that works? Because a system that works will demand the best out of you. A system that works will demand that you are timely, that you don't have anything called African time, a Nigerian time, to be specific. Because even in some African continents, African countries, they even come up early. Nigerian one is just the extra one. I don't get it. And then there's nothing again that you go through the back door. If you're not equipped to do a job, you're not equipped. It doesn't matter if you speak the same language and worship in the same area, in the same facility, in the same religion. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if this is your cousin, father's, brother's in-law. A Nigeria that works will demand that you're meritorious of whatever it is that you seek to apply for. It's not going to be looking for a local government area. State of origin. It might be there, but it's pretty much just simple data. It's not to be as any form of influence. A Nigeria that works will mean that if there is traffic hold up on one lane and that's the lane you're on, you're stuck there until that lane moves. You're not going to form second lane, third lane, and fourth where your car is hanging at the curb. A Nigeria that works will mean that you do understand what the traffic lights mean and then you apply it. That the zebra crossing is not just fancy painting on the road. A Nigeria that works will demand that you work. If you're going to an establishment and you're supposed to be paid for 8 hours, that those 8 hours, you're not somewhere chatting away. You're not somewhere peeling granuts. That you're actually doing the job that is demanded of you for those 8 hours. When you do have a break, it is timed. You take a break. Are you really ready for a Nigeria that works? No, because we're quick to chant it. Our leaders are. But you that is sitting down there, are you even ready for it? When you'll not be able to write a small note to somebody, this is my help him out now. Because it won't work. Or where you can call your bank manager, meet me here now. Are you ready for the Nigeria that works? We're here chiding the leaders and saying, oh, look, they're just mirrors of who we are. So why we blame them? Because the focus will be on them. You're the one that stood up and said you can do. So now that you're there, why are you not doing? So I agree with that point. You said you can do. Vote for me. We did. Why are you not doing? But why they are not doing, I hope you know that you that you're sitting down there listening, you're also not doing. I'm not doing. Emmanuel is not doing. Before Emmanuel said no, I'm not in that equation. But that's the point. You'll eat the tiny blocks that make Nigeria. If Nigeria was made of tiny millions of small squares, does your square have lights? Or your square, you know how you say you're flying over Nigeria and then at night you're just going to see a lot of darkness because no street lights, no NEPA is not there. So you know what I'm trying to say. But assuming that we didn't need all of that as human beings, that we just had light emanating from inside of us, and the light will show how much of a patriotic Nigerian, or how much of a sincere Nigerian, or how much of a contributing factor you are, positive contributing factor you are to the element called Nigeria. And that the harder you are at it, the brighter your light was, hitting hundreds of megawatts. Imagine that if then each of us had the big lights, like stadium lights like that, floodlights, and we're moving around because this is who we are, and then there was darkness or nightfall, and then there was a plane going back, how much of your lights will be shining? Or would you be part of those people that are so dark who even know you existed because you're not a contributing factor, positive contributing factor to this thing called Nigeria? Sometimes take small break and check yourself out. Look at yourself truly, truly, truly. Yesterday, I was supposed to give out something. I said I was going to do it to people from who will call in. And I have just one question for one person. And it's random. It has really nothing to do. I just want to test if some of this, I don't know what to even call it, the level of knowledge. Some of this general, will I even place it under general knowledge? It can't be obscure really, but just to push you to continue to absorb information that is even outside your zone, something that might not be beneficial for you. But today, look, it's about to make you win some money on radio if you knew the answer. So I find that it's something I do a lot. I could just find a piece of information, someone I just continue to dig until I know a little bit about it, and that's it. A little bit of this information, a little bit of that, and I move on. So I have one question for you because of time. I'll probably ask another by 9:30 or thereabout, but this is one question I have going on now, and it's for only people who will call in now. I don't know whether to ask the question before you call in, because it's as if you check it on Google. You go and check it on Google, then come and tell me the answer, or call in first, and if you don't know it, that's it, right? I think so. I think I'll just wait you call in first and I'll ask you the question, because I don't want you to turn right back and then come up and say, oh, I know it now. So the numbers to dial 0810-951-0951. Those are the numbers to dial into the studio, or 0817-00000951. Call now and I'll ask you my question, and then we'll take it from there. Hello, Today 95.1 FM. Good morning.
Good morning, Annie.
Good morning. What's your name?
My name is Udwak. How are you today?
I'm very well, thank you. You said your name is what?
Udwak. I like your voice.
Udwak, thank you so much. Udwak, I haven't heard you before. Is it because I said you're winning something that you're calling?
Yeah, I don't have time to call. Whenever I'm calling, the line is always busy.
Oh, Udwak. Well, I'm glad you got through today. So, Udwak, I have a question I'm going to ask. It's random, but
Okay.
I'm rooting for you. I'm hoping that you'll get the answer. Okay.
I pray so.
Okay. Now this has nothing to do with Africa, but
Okay.
a Hollywood actress
Okay.
was born in 1955.
Okay.
When she was born, somebody paid for her birthing costs. Paid for her birthing costs. Who was this person and who paid?
Annie, to be very specific, I don't have an idea at all. I don't have an idea at all.
All right, Udwag.
I just want to have a question on politics or other
No,
things.
that's what I said. Very random. I know people will not expect that kind of question from me this morning. But Udwag, thank you so much for trying. I know you were expecting some political question. Who did? Nah. This, that you talk politics doesn't mean you shouldn't know a little bit about entertainment too. So if you know the answer now, I'll take this last call. Hello, Today 95.1 FM.
Good morning to you, Annie.
Good morning. What's your name?
My name is Comrade Ambassador Ben S.U. Ben.
Comrade Ambassador Ben S.U. Ben. Great to have you.
God bless you. Good morning.
All right, good. So, Comrade Ambassador Ben S.U. Ben. The question remains the same. A Hollywood actress was born in the year 1955. Somebody paid her fees when she was born. That is her parents. Who was this person and who paid?
An actress.
Yes, sir.
1950 what?
55.
Miss Benson.
No, sir. No. One more try.
Oh. Not idea.
Comrade Ambassador Ben S.U. Ben, thank you so much for trying out. It was nice of you to do that for me this morning. I'm going to take one more person and then really we have to get back to the papers. All right, good morning. I lost that connection. I want to say the answer because, I mean, if I move on now, there's a lot of you that will probably start checking it out. Emmanuel, but do you know the answer? You're always asking that.
No, I don't know. I don't even try. The thing I said it as you were just saying it there.
All right, but I've got friends here who are joining me this morning. Arachuku Polobona, National Coordinator Civil Rights Council, is here with us this morning. Good morning.
Good morning, madam. Good morning, Nigerians.
Arachuku, do you have an idea?
I don't even want to make an idea.
Don't be like that now. And then there's Dr. Obidima JP, journalist and international affairs. You know, the JP he should know. Good morning, sir. Good to have you here.
Since I came into this studio, I've been smiling.
What have you been smiling?
You are transformed.
It's all right. That's not the question.
That's not the next.
That's not the question.
Transformation in the studio. Answer the question. Do you have an idea?
Well, good morning. So that we have our times, call me F9 immediately.
A lecturer says an exam that nobody.
This is a bad lecturer.
Okay, all right. I'll just call in the person. The person who got her birth bills paid was Julia Roberts.
Okay.
Julia Roberts acted Pretty Woman, and the person who paid it is Martin Luther King and his wife Scott.
Nollywood actor.
I said Hollywood.
Okay,
Hollywood.
Martin Luther King. I've heard it before.
But you've never heard of Julia Roberts.
If I have,
Martin
I'm
Luther
not
King.
Sure.
So when I saw civil rights, I thought maybe there's a connection with civil rights and Martin Luther King's civil rights. Maybe. Martin Luther King walked into the hospital and cleared the bills for Julia Roberts' parents. They were actually very poor at that time, so they couldn't afford to pay for it. So the civil rights activist then and his wife went in and paid for it.
That's great.
Yes, that's great. So that's knowledge.
As you do today, try another day. When the thing is simple.
Try and get a random knowledge. That's just the trick to it. So welcome to the show anyways.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, everybody. Yes. Let's get on to the papers. It's up on our Facebook page, Today95.1 FM. It's also up on Twitter. You should check it out. On Twitter, we're Today95.1 FM. I am also on Twitter. My Twitter handle is @TalkAnnie. So you might want to go ahead and follow Talk Annie on Twitter, TalkAnni. Today FM is Today 95.1. Today 951. Today FM 951. I beg your pardon. It's actually Today FM 951 on Twitter. Okay, so these are the stories that we've got for this morning. Let me start off with the very top. And we have from the Vanguard newspaper, the Abuja terror alerts a Western conspiracy. The Abuja terror alerts a Western conspiracy. Aisha Buhari begs Nigerians to forgive her husband, but he's a willful sinner. Aisha Buhari begs Nigerians to forgive her husband, but he's a willful sinner. Buhari's ministers, others undermining anti-graft war. This is coming from Reps. Buhari's ministers and others undermining anti-graft war. Reps. Adebanjo, no longer leader, won't host Afenifere meetings. Fasaranti is the one speaking there. Adebanjo, no longer leader, won't host Afenifere meetings. Fasaranti. Politicians weakened mass movement for selfish gains. Arogundade is the one who's speaking there. Politicians weakened mass movement for selfish gains. Arogundade. Nigeria needs $800 billion for 10 years to fix infrastructure deficit. Nigeria needs $800 billion for 10 years to fix infrastructure deficit. 2023 OB finest in terms of education, character, performance, others. Person who said that is Autumn. 2023 OB finest in terms of education, character, performance, others. Autumn speaking. Amotekun and others may transform into state police, says RMAFC. Amotekun, others may transform into state police, says RMAFC. Rivers releases 78 billion naira for completion of projects, award of new ones. Rivers releases 78 billion naira for completion of projects, award of new ones. No U-turn on beavers. Buhari's position stands. This is from the presidency. No U-turn on beavers. Buhari's position stands. Presidency speaking. EFCC arrests 87 forex dealers in Abuja. That story is in the Punch. EFCC arrests 87 forex dealers in Abuja. Senate to grill minister over 147 billion naira projects. Senate to grill minister over 147 billion naira projects. Also in the Punch newspaper, telcos earn 1.92 trillion naira from calls and data. Telcos earn 1.92 trillion naira from calls and data. That story is in the Punch. Also in the Punch, PDP rubbishes Tinubu Shetima over attack on Atiku. PDP rubbishes Tinubu Shetima over attack on Atiku. Also in the Punch newspaper, court nullifies primary elections in Kwara and Kaduna. It's going to throw in Kogi there, but no, it's not there. Courts nullify primary elections in Kwara and Kaduna. Manifesto, Kwankwaso's 20 promises to Nigeria. You'll find that in the Punch today. Manifesto, Kwankwaso's 20 promises to Nigerians. Kidnapped sisters said abductors butchering captured Lagos Ibadan travelers. This is said by a sibling. Kidnapped sisters said abductors butchering captured Lagos Ibadan travelers. Sibling there speaking. 2023 P asks court to sack all APC. National Assembly indicted for bad governance as Lawan deplores separatist agitations. National Assembly indicted for bad governance as Lawan deplores separatist agitations. Ohaneze kicks as Mieti Allah demands creation of Ministry of Nomadic Affairs. Ohaneze kicks as Mieti Allah demands creation of Ministry of Nomadic Affairs. Federal government moves to salvage 1.6 trillion naira poultry industry. That story is in The Guardian. Federal government moves to salvage 1.6 trillion naira poultry industry. 5.1 billion naira contracts. Atiku's Rivers coordinator, Sekibo, demands apology from Wike. 5.1 billion naira contracts. Atiku's Rivers coordinator, Sekibo, demands apology from Wike. Also in the Guardian today, or your PDP leaders dissociate selves from Makinde over Atiku. Or your PDP leaders dissociate selves from Makinde over Atiku. And then today's day newspaper, we've got it's payback time. Shetima tells Hausa community in Lagos. It's payback time. Shetima tells Hausa community in Lagos. And then OPEC, Dangote's 650,000 barrels per day facility to account for more than half of 1.2 million barrels per day expected Africa's refining. 650,000 barrels per day, Dangote's facility to account for more than half of 1.2 million barrels per day expected Africa's refining. OPEC there with that message. So let's get on to it. We'll start off with the top, what we've got in the Vanguard newspaper. Speaking on the issue of insecurity and saying that the insecurity in Abuja, whether that was a conspiracy by the Western world. So let me get to read that for us. Now, this is written by Rotimi Fasa. The United States Embassy in Nigeria just over a week ago issued alerts of possible terrorist attacks in Abuja, Nigeria's capital. The first of the alerts was an advisory by the embassy warning Americans in Nigeria to be watchful and careful of their movement around the city. While this notice of an imminent attack didn't go down well with Abuja and the federal government was still smarting from it, the U.S. Embassy was to follow the initial alert with another announcing the evacuation of non-essential staff of the embassy and their families back to the U.S. An apparently angry Lai Mohammed, Nigeria's Minister of Information, had responded to the first report by the American embassy with an assurance to Nigerians that the government had received no intelligence of an attack and that if there was such a plan in the offing, the country's security agencies were on top of it. If Lai Mohammed's response downplayed the seriousness of the initial alert and probably gave Nigerians some sense that Abuja was not sleeping with its roof on fire, the second alert literally brought Abuja under lockdown in a manner only seen during the uncertain months of the coronavirus pandemic, sending residents of the city into a state of panic and palpable fear. The situation was not helped by the fact that the U.S. Embassy's position was soon to be supported by embassies of some Western countries that also scaled down their operations in Abuja and thereafter proceeded with an air of detached unconcern and apparent sense of self-righteousness at having delivered what it considered its bonden duty by the people of Nigeria. But the aftermath of these terror warnings is yet to be fully known, even as major businesses, especially those in the hospitality sector, have since shut down their doors to customers. The suffering of those directly affected is only best imagined. There is a lot of quarrel about the manner the US and its Western allies went about alerting the world to the probability of Abuja coming under terrorist attacks. The response from the Nigerian government also leaves so much to be desired. The synergy between governments, especially between a host government and representatives of foreign powers in a country, was clearly not evident in the conduct of the Western missions and their Nigerian host. There was a hint of hostility or indifference, at the very least arrogant disdain, in the way the Western missions issued the terror alerts. There was no consideration, apparently, for the way the Nigerian government, much less the Nigerian people, was likely to respond to the warnings. It was like throwing a bomb into a crowd and walking away. The manner of delivery itself looked like an act of terror, aimed at achieving the worst form of reaction. Beyond its display of impotent rage that was clear in the words of Alhaji Lai Mohammed, the Nigerian government doesn't seem to have a lot more to do or to say to show its displeasure. The minister didn't even talk in a way that would suggest Abuja was ready to do what it would, as a matter of course, be expected to do in such circumstances, which is to engage its Western counterparts and to demand from them details of the intelligence that informed their terror alerts. It seemed to have concluded that they were up to no good and he was content to go on without paying them any heed. But how much can such empty rage achieve? How far can it go to douse the tension created by the alerts? What effort did the American embassy and its Western allies make to warn Nigerian government before throwing its bombshell of terror alerts in the public square and scaring the wits out of Nigerian residents of Abuja and their loved ones? There was a sense in which the alerts portray Nigeria as a whole, and not just Abuja, as an unsafe place to be. The sense of foreboding was palpable, and its discouraging effects on foreign investors may not be easily measured. And in the wake of insensitivity that underlined the whole effort, could it be said that these Western representatives of foreign governments have done well by their hosts? Was theirs a show of power without responsibility, or performance of arrogant Western exceptionalism? How much of this constitutes interference in the affairs of a foreign country, and therefore a breach of diplomatic protocol, considering that a similar alert was issued by the U.S. Embassy in South Africa? If the Nigerian government does the same thing too? Or is there something sinister going on in the manner these Western governments, especially the U.S., go about their mission of policing the world in the new order, where the terror alerts frustrated the response of proactive America to the inept ways of Africa's leading powers? It is on record that the Nigerian government received multiple intelligence reports it's failed to act on prior to recent acts of terror that were made to look unanticipated. The Abuja-Kaduna train attack saga that lasted all of 6 months, during which more than R1 billion was paid as ransom, had been preceded by multiple intelligence warnings that were ignored. Not even the recommendation for the installation of security cameras along the route by the Minister of Transport, Rotimi Amechi, was accepted. It was only about 2 weeks ago that the last of the hostages was taken during the train attacks were released. How about the attacks on the correctional centers in Abuja? Did this happen without prior intelligence? What did Abuja do with the intelligence? Literally nothing. It simply sat on its palm and waited for the infernal messengers of death to knock on their door. So how much of these visible acts of official irresponsibility dictated the manner the US and other Western embassies in Nigeria made their terror alerts public? In one major operation at an Abuja suburb, the Department of State Service DSS and US Army personnel were reported to have arrested suspected terrorists. This joint operation that followed the issuance of the 2 terror alerts by the US Embassy would suggest that the US government and Abuja are not totally at loggerheads. But what then led to the apparent breakdown in communication that the 2 terror alerts suggested? All right, and they went on and on. Rotimi there speaking. But Emmanuel, I mean, this has also caused a lot of people to ask questions with the way America went on to give their alerts. I don't think it's the first time that America has given alerts. It depends. Sometimes it's amber, sometimes it's red. And I think what escalated this particular one was when they went on to evacuate non-essential staff. Everybody started talking evacuations, and that means the threat is there. You have people who are saying this is what America knows how to do best, especially now that we're close to elections, to continue to send such messages across board, perhaps to undermine a government, or perhaps to set a choosing particular candidate forward. But it's just the tactics of the West, manipulating systems in third world countries.
Well, Annie, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Nigeria. You see, when a man or a woman bomb there. Now, you see, the Americans have been living on this earth, and of course, whether they are the international police, we know that about them. But they have never grown mad to the point of going to usurping the sovereignty of other nations. But in this, they've counted it. Perhaps 1 for Nigeria, 2 for Nigeria, 3 for Nigeria, and these people, they are not serious with intelligence reports given to them. And so we cannot go and tell that same authority that may have been receiving information on intelligence without doing anything, acting on such information, and then we go to them, because ordinarily, in real-time diplomacy, full-time diplomacy, in fact, Americans should have gone to government and hinted them. But is there that relationship, having known exactly how they treated some other intelligence, even that later happened and consumed their people or denigrated their sovereignty? Did they still care? So they now decided, let us put this thing in public space. And remember what I have always said, that sovereignty supervises another sovereignty. If it were Britain, they will not do it that way. They must contact the Prime Minister or whoever is relevant. But here, their own sovereignty is supervising our own. There's nothing. No matter how annoyed we may become, there's nothing we can do. So they now told us, perhaps they love this brash type of intelligence. Let us give it to them. That is why they said, for me to start getting annoyed like maybe women in a polygamous family will not help us. If you ask me whether that what they did is good or bad, I will tell you it's good. Because first, it puts their people on alert, and it puts Nigerians also on alert. The evacuation they did, when
but
they
is it justified? Because I mean, really, nothing happened after all, right? Well, up to now, nothing has happened.
And I tell you, remember that even the soldiers and all that in Abuja have galvanized themselves. They are now seeing, even from, if it's possible, the intelligence community in Nigeria will be seeing from their back also, not with their natural eyes. So I tell you, the alert from the Americans have indeed put us on a pedestal that is better. So it is good indeed they did that.
Okay, Manuel. All right, we got your thoughts on that. Let me get on to Arachukwu Paulo Bona, National Coordinator, Civil Rights Council.
Annie,
Yeah.
for those of us who did farming when we were a little younger, if you go to the bush and you cut a shrub, early in the morning, for those passing, the plants you've cut, will still be looking fresh, and the leaves will be looking alive. But wait for the first morning, early morning. By the time the first sun in the morning comes, then you know the impact, what you have done will be noticed. So it's not actually when you cut it that the thing gets dried up. So the Americans can tell you on Monday it will happen on Friday. But keep that aside. Let's go. You see, the moment it is very, very important that in human relations you understand who you are dealing with. When you know a man well, you understand why he acts the way he does, then you less quarrel with the person. The primary interest of America is to protect the American state, is to protect the American people. That is their fundamental duty. That is their fundamental responsibility. To understand it better, Americans will go to war and they will capture prisoners of war. But to recover the dead body of an American, they will give out living human beings. Living prisoners of war they have captured. They will exchange it for a dead body of an American. To understand them better, they will go to war to release one American being held. 10 more Americans will die. To release one person that the enemy killed him, 10 more people will die. To avenge for that 10 person, 50 more will die, but they will do the incalculable damage and teach you the lesson. And therefore, for people who reasons that way, their primary responsibility is to protect Americans doing business in Nigeria. And again, remember, it was in this country that an American was being held somewhere off within the Nigerian territory. And the American Marines mobilized themselves from wherever in Africa, even from America, came back here, picked him and left and returned back to New York. In fact, it was when the American media broke the news that it got to the knowledge of the Nigerian people and possibly the Nigerian intelligence community. Now, these are the people you are dealing with. Now, when America issues an alert, it ought and must be taken seriously, because the CIA, the American intelligence, have over the years acquired the requisite notoriety, let me use that word, for security, for gathering information across the world successfully in the most difficult terrains. They have been very successful in it, and hardly have any of their predictions, particularly in Nigeria, not come to pass. In a country that is compromised or bedridden in corruption in all facets of it, it is even very dangerous to go letting officialdom have access to certain information, because you don't even know who you are giving it within officialdom.
Okay.
It's difficult. You don't even know who we are giving the information to. You don't even know who to relate with.
But is it not going to be the DSS? I mean, you should know who to relate with.
Remember, I said it's a country bedridden in corruption in every
But they know who they've been
it.
relating with now.
Do you know that? They know who they've been relating with, and they have known. Americans have known how that relationship ended.
And said no more.
And possibly are tired of compromising their information. So it is better for the Americans to alert the American people, and as a responsible people who take themselves seriously, remove what will constitute a burden for them should they need a right for an emergency. And I guarantee you the American plane will be at Murtala Mohammed Airport steaming, at Nnamdi Azikiwe Airport steaming, 24 hours steaming. They will move off it. So that it will steam 20. They can spend millions of dollars to keep that plane steaming for the next 3 years, so that the issue that they are steaming the plane before taking off does not even arise. You are talking of the people that when they evacuate their embassies or their interests across the world. Yes,
it's serious.
We are talking of
a
people that when they evacuating their interests in a particular place,
yes,
their dogs, they will take their dogs, and they will take their dogs, their tortoises, their pets, they will take them along, and now will not accommodate human beings that are of not that interest. Human beings that are, for instance, I'm a Nigerian and I needed to escape with them. Their dog will have a space, but I will not have a space. That is how these people are organized. Now, coming down to Abuja, it was in the same Abuja that the presidential guards were shot. It was within the territory of the federal capital that the presidential guards. Now, and I want you to understand what we are talking about. The presidential guards are people who, guys, it's like if you go to a king's palace, there is a last buffer of security. Even in our local traditional rulers, there is a last buffer of security before you have access to the king. If you go to any of the royalties, even in the night, if you go to the palace, there is a last buffer of security, which means if you break into the palace, if you break into the hall where the king is having an holding council meeting, if you break into the council members, that before you access the king, there are men who stand there to die last before you access the king. That is what the presidential guards is. These are the people who guides the sovereign, the president of the federal republic. The people that before you have access to the president, all these people must have all died.
I think we have an idea what you mean now.
And these are the people. They are like sacred. They are like the finest of the finest, the best of the best. It's like
the best, there's nothing more than the best of the best.
Exactly.
The best
that
is it. The whole thing.
That is how these people were shot.
I feel frustrated.
They were shot in the afternoon. They were buried in the afternoon, and we covered them with sand, and the news died down. Which means, assuming in this same country too, the president was to travel and possibly there was an advance team, and human beings open fire on the presidential convoy. It is a crime in our law to block the presidential convoy of any form of blockage. That when the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria is moving, nothing stops the convoy of the president except the protocol who know where the president should come down, whatever. So if the president were in that convoy that day, somebody must have opened fire, possibly on his vehicle, and if the bullet touched him, of course he will go the way of all matter. That is the way we have degenerated. Now you are trying to tell me now that an intelligence system that could not protect, an intelligence system that could not protect the sovereign, protect the number one citizen of the republic, that is the intelligence system, serious people like America that are into diverse and multiple activities and interests will go and be relaying very vital informations to. Definitely the system, as I told you, is completely and totally compromised. If I were the Americans, and of course I don't need to, they know best what they do, is to keep that plane there, steam it 24 hours, the pilot is permanently on the cockpit, evacuate all the non-essential staff, just maintain skeletal activities with these guys, and in the slightest form of insecurity, sneak into it and disappear into the air and abandon them here to sort themselves out. And let nobody go to sleep and think that the fact that Americans said it and it has not happened the way we think, it won't happen. That thing the Americans told you can happen in April next year. It can happen in February next year. And I guarantee you that the intelligence community have not even worked. Look at, for instance, look the way Nigerians will think, but they say something will happen. It has not happened. So they have lied. That ends it. In our traditional self, we go to sleep. You know, the intelligence community, it is we that is the intelligence community. It's our Nigerian brothers now. It's we now. We are the Nigerians now. We are the ones securing ourselves. So everybody will go to sleep. But remember that the UN office in Abuja was struck. In fact, there have been many terror attacks in Abuja. So if somebody tells me there will be a terror attack, I have no reason whatsoever
not to believe them.
Not to believe what the Americans have said. After all, I have no alternative. Who can anybody have the security, the intelligence community join issues with the Americans? Let them join issues with them to tell them you guys are serious and you guys are lying. Nobody has said so. What they will be doing now is to be sneaking out, and the Americans possibly like Mohammed saying they have embarrassed us. They have embarrassed who? Can you receive an embarrassment when you are just? Can embarrassment receive embarrassment? When you have embarrassed yourself, can embarrassment receive embarrassment? So I don't understand. Like Mohammed can afford to talk and say all manner of rubbish. All those things does not go to no issue.
Article Paul, we got your thoughts on that then. Dr. Bidima, over to you now.
I think the concept of globalization and globalism has to a large extent broken the veil on sovereignty. And this is what less developed countries are yet to realize. And also not recognizing the fact that America is first among equals and is a hegemon in the international arena. And with the alliance with Israel, even in the area of intelligence, means them to occupy that position as the police man of the world presently. And any nation that treat America with levity is in that at their own peril. So America has a huge desire concerning your nation, more than you know even about your nation, more than even your president. The whole government apparatus know about that country. We have over 3,000 such America working on intelligence all over the world. Israel is about 30. That 30 is even more than American 3,000 because they are rugged. No one knows each other. If they know each other, you are an agent, and the other is agent. It's just way to eliminate them. So, and Israel and America work together. Work together. And those intelligence reports must be verified before they issue them out. And I want to use this opportunity to thank a nation like America. If not, and what has happened in this country for the past 7 years, it would have been worse than we are seeing it without America trying to call the authority to order, beginning from the time of Donald Trump. They know the issue of religion in this country. They know the push of a particular sect to want to dominate. And they also know that we have a president that have cannot treated them with kid gloves. And they have, in that kind of mentality, or the president developed a sense of entitlement that they own this nation and they will overrun this nation. And they know that even the DSS is heavily politicized. And what is even the paramount interest of America? One is their national interest and the interest of their citizens. And knowing all these things, America cannot, without alerting the general Nigerian public, share intelligence with those that will not act on it, may even receive this intelligence and ask, inform the terrorists to act fast before the public come to know about this intelligence that is gathered against them. And I read the report. After this alert, that the security operatives went into operation and discovered some hideouts of these terrorists in Abuja and arrested a lot of them.
Yes.
So who is not telling the truth? Is it Lai Mohammed and the federal government or America? So if America said this thing and a move was made and we are seeing some results, then why must Lai Mohammed begin now to say that there's a conspiracy? There's no conspiracy. We know that people like Lai Mohammed are enemies of this nation and they have a hideous agenda. You know, that nipping this in the bud, they are not happy. So the federal government should, as a matter of fact, each time they call to rejig the security architecture of the nation, they are adamant about it. In other words, what the message they are passing to us is that there's an agenda. And personally, I am also very skeptical about this election coming. I hope we will not go to this process in a way to a point something will happen and they say government have been toppled and they hand over to people who may think it's their military, but in other words they are terrorists. Because these people are not doing anything. How can they be shooting down credible intelligence? Because I will consider this intelligence as credible because some results have been achieved after this alert. And we don't know how dangerous. We have that some states, including Sassat, that this ISWAP have penetrated. They are there. And what is going on all this while? To ensure that the security agencies go after them, carry on offensive operations against them.
But they have been doing that.
They
have been carrying out offensives against them.
The one they mentioned in the south are yet to see such
south.
offense. Yes. And the two. Yes. Because when they say you are carrying offense, when you carry, they say they are spreading. They are spreading.
Well, at least I know that there was one they picked up somewhere in the southwest.
Recently. It's
Yes.
okay. But I think I had one of the state mention was Edo, I think. Edo State. So whatever it is, and we are in a very, very parlous state. And the only God will deliver us.
All right, we'll leave it up to God now. Let's get on. The news update comes up next. Stay with us.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM. Port Harcourt. News update.
Hello and good morning. Here's a news update on Today 95.1 FM. I'm Annie Abdusalam. Edo State Governor Godwin Obaseki has faulted the move to redesign the Naira, claiming it has no economic basis and purely political. Obaseki, who said this while inaugurating the People's Democratic Party Women Campaign Council and the Presidential Campaign Secretariat in Benin City, questioned the move to redesign the Naira at a critical time the country is faced with various challenges. The governor reiterated that there is no urgency to redesign the currency, claiming that the country has other important things to pay attention to. He claimed that the country will continue to fail if the All Progressives Congress wins the 2023 election. The Federal Executive Council has approved an aggregate of 400 billion naira for various contracts in the Ministry of Works and Housing, including an augmentation worth 260 billion naira for the East-West Road project. This was disclosed to State House correspondents after the weekly council meeting at the Presidential Villa Abuja by Laolu Okonde, who is the senior special assistant to the Vice President, Yemi Oshibajo. Akande, who delivered the brief on behalf of the Minister of Works and Housing, Babatunde Fashola, said the approval for the East-West Road was targeted at remediation works, especially for the sections washed off by the recent floods. He also disclosed that the total sum of 140 billion naira was approved for the urgent repairs and special general maintenance of a few roads nationwide. A federal high court sitting in Port Harcourt has reserved judgment in a suit filed by the People's Democratic Party against the Independent National Electoral Commission and the All Progressives and its National Assembly candidates. Today FM's Uchendu Ejowo reports that the presiding judge, Justice Toraiki Mohammed, reserved the judgment after representatives of the parties argued and adopted their final written addresses. The PDP in the state is asking the court to direct INEC to disqualify all National Assembly candidates of the APC for allegedly violating the Electoral Act that gives INEC the right to be informed about and monitor the party primaries. However, INEC's lawyer in his written address informed the court that APC in the state informed them about its National Assembly primaries and that the commission monitored the process. Some transporters from the northern region of Nigeria have blamed the high cost of food items in Rivers State on flooding and alleged extortion by security officials. The transporters, in an interview with Today FM's Olawale Sanusi, said life has become unbearable for them as they decry high expenses in the transportation of food items from Gombe to Port Harcourt. A driver, Mohammed Omar, also lamented over the lack of security on the road, leaving them at the mercy of area boys, particularly in Enugu, whom they said collect levies from them before allowing them to connect to Port Harcourt. Another driver, Lawan Ilyasu, decried continued attack by the area boys if they refuse to pay the said levies. And now to the foreign scene. Russia says it has decided to rejoin a UN-backed agreement to allow the export of grain from Ukraine via a safe Black Sea corridor. Russia's defense ministry confirmed that Moscow will again participate, saying it had received sufficient guarantees from Kyiv that it will not use the maritime corridor for military operations against Russia. Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan had earlier said Russian Defense Minister Sergei Shoigu had assured his Turkish counterpart that the grain deal brokered by Turkey and the United Nations will continue to operate. The deal, overseen by the Joint Coordination Center in Istanbul, has allowed more than 9.7 million metric tons of grain and other foodstuff to leave Ukrainian ports. Under the terms of the deal, ships moving to and from Ukraine are inspected by a joint team of Russian, Turkish, Ukrainian, and UN officials. Now, was a news update on Today 95.1 FM. It's your right to vote. Ensure that you take advantage of this coming election to elect the leaders of your choice. To have a great morning, I am Annie Abdusalam. Thank you for listening.
Court, are you ready? Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Congratulations! This is our season of celebration. You hear me well. Eliron Fresh Dew Foundation, they invite the general public for our book launch, birthday celebration, and Thanksgiving service. Food go plenty. No be event where they miss. The date, now this Saturday, the 5th, and Sunday, the 6th of November 2022. The venue call, now Apex Multipurpose Hall, number 13, Ruma Hollow Road, off from Okoro Junction, inside Port Harcourt. The time, now 9 a.m. Our special guest, the Executive Governor of Rivers State, Chief Barrister Yeson Wike, Honorable Barrister George Ariolu, Chairman, Obiakpo Local Government Council, now be our guest of honor, performing live, Chioma Jesus, and Omega Boy, alongside Fresh Dew Impact Mass Choir, Reverend Josiah David Olabode, now be our guest speaker, Reverend Elijah Aaron, and Pastor Mrs. Juliana Elijah Aaron, our chief host. For more information, make you call these numbers 0706 487 4904 or make you call 0816 260 3312. This event now Eliron Fresh Dew Foundation, Fresh Global Impact Concept Limited, Prevailers Christian Assembly, na dem power am.
Port Harcourt, are you ready? Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
I welcome you, Mr. Casey, from the Nigeria Business Mastery Group.
Thank you very much. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. It's glad being here today.
Mr. Casey, a lot of people want to know what the Nigeria Business Mastery Group is all about. The Nigerian Business Mastery Group is an international business partnership organization that shows smart and forward-thinking people how they can raise funds for businesses or projects. The word there is raise, right? So what is done in the Nigerian Business Mastery Group is that we will show you alternative ways you can use to raise the funds you need to set up that business that you have been trying to set up over a period of time.
Now, since 2016, the Business Development Assistance Program has been helping people build their businesses by providing them a real-life functional roadmap that helps them raise business capital. Now, we know that having the capital to start your business is not just enough. That you have the capital does not mean your business is going to be successful. As such, if you respond to us through this program you're listening to right now, we will talk to you completely free of charge, right? You don't need to pay anything as far as you are responding from this program.
But if you miss this slot and you still wish to speak with us, then you may have to pay a consultancy fee when you come to our office. So it will do you a world of good to respond to us through this program now.
So what we do is that we don't just help you raise the money you need for your business or project. We'll also mentor you to ensure that that business or project you've started becomes a very successful business.
Now, Mr. Casey, looking at your explanation, what are the categories of people you will want to engage in the Nigeria Business Mastery Group?
I'm going to list out the category of people based on the kind of problems we can help them solve, right? So the people we are looking at are people in the following category. 1, do you have a plan to start up a business? Pick up your phone and text yes
to the Nigeria Business Mastery Group.
Do you have a business that needs money to expand? Pick up your phone and send yes
to the Nigeria Business Mastery Group.
Do you need to raise money to pay fees for your children? Pick up your phone and send yes
to the Nigeria Business Mastery Group.
Do you need to raise money to pay your rent? Pick up the phone and send yes
to the Nigeria Business Mastery Group.
Do you need to raise capital for whatever smart project you have in mind? Whatever it is you want to do and you've had that project in mind for a long time, for years, you've not been able to raise the funds and you don't know how to raise the funds. Pick up your phone and send yes
to the Nigeria Business Mastery Group. Because the Nigeria Business Mastery Group has a functional working plan on ground that we use to help you raise funds for your businesses or projects over a period of time you choose.
So we challenge you to deal with your cash flow problems today
by letting the Nigeria Business Mastery Group help you today. If you respond to us through this program you're listening to right now, we will talk to you completely free of charge, right? You don't need to pay anything as far as you are responding from this program. But if you miss this slot and you still wish to speak with us, then you may have to pay a consultancy fee when you come to our office. So it will do you a world of good to respond to us through this program now. The consultants of the Nigeria Business Mastery Group
will be on ground to discuss with a limited number of people who we will assist in raising capital. So if you are with your phone, get ready to text yes, right? Do not delay. Pick up your phone now and get ready to be the first to send yes to the number I'm going to be calling out in a short while. So don't just sit down there and hope your life gets better. Know this: hope is not a business strategy. The moment you sit down there hoping for your life to get better, you are wasting precious time, because hope is not a business strategy.
Talk to our consultants and be one of the first to benefit from the Business Partnership Assistance Program of the Nigeria Business Mastery Group.
So, if you'd like us to help you raise the funds you need for your business or project, send yes, YES, to
0810 493 8080. Again, 0810 493 8080.
The consultants of the Nigeria Business Mastery Group
are on ground to assist you raise capital for your business or project. All you need to do is to be among the first to send yes to
0810 493 8080. Again, 0810 493 8080.
The consultants of the Nigeria Business Mastery Group
are on ground to assist you raise capital for your business or project. All you need to do is to send yes to
0810 493 8080. Again, 0810 493 8080.
It's a triple experience on this frequency. Talk, news, and sports. Right here, every day on Today 95.1 FM. The voice of the people.
Port Harcourt, are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM. The voice of the people.
It's a new day. It's a beautiful, beautiful day in the garden city of Port Harcourt, Rivers State, Nigeria. How are you doing? Today 95.1 FM is here for you all day long. Cheers to a wonderful day. Stay tuned.
Okay, it's live on Today 95.1 FM. Where else can be better? Tuning on to Today 95.1 FM, and we will make your day.
Wake up to today's quest.
Wake up.
All the news and information you need in one go. Get started with the best of sports, lifestyle, analysis, and Annie.
Can you feel it? Can you feel it?
Can you feel it? Wake up to today's quest with Annie on Today 95.1 FM from 6 to 11 a.m. weekdays. Fantastic.
Has gone past 9. It's good to have you here with us again. We'll get to some of the comments that you have shared with us so far. I'll read a bit of that and then move on. Just hold a moment. Take some of your thoughts on the papers as you have shared with us, and then we'll get back to the issues from the papers. Just give me a moment. Okay. Philip Jeremiah, he says, I'm calling the numbers too fast. Sorry, Philip. Adebanjo, no longer leader, won't host Afenifere meetings. Fasaranti, he says, I shed one tear for Fasaranti. Let him keep ranting on. Soon the morning breaks and shadows will flee. Nyekwe Kingsley, Chikadibia, the Abuja terror alerts a Western conspiracy. Annie, good morning. When you talk secretly, the people don't hear. The best thing to do is to shout publicly. American government did the right thing. How? You remember the Kaduna railway attack? There was intelligence report and it was not attended to. Also remember again Kuje prison attack. There was another intelligence report. Nigerian government into anything. Remember, this security alert was made on American website for its citizens in Nigeria and Africa. Chinedu Onoha Obi, finest in terms of education, character, performance, and others. Autumn's postulations is a clear affirmation of facts, because one major fact bedeviling Nigeria of the time is that educational system is not giving due attention. But we are not unaware also that the handlers and drivers of the Nigerian affairs are not educationally inclined. As the saying has that you can only give what you have. I thank His Excellency, Governor Autumn, for always standing on the part of truth, even in the face of all odds. Thank God ability. Annie, don't we have political contractors again in Nigeria? Someone, I don't know what you're talking about there. Okwando Obinna, Governor Wike should apologize for misinforming the public over the contract award to Sekibo. It is a fact that the governor churned out these allegations just because he is not in the same political structure with Sekibo, and I think it's time the governor separated everything from politics. Newton Ikere, Aisha Buhari begs Nigerians to forgive her husband, but he's a willful sinner. And he says, I'm not falling for this prank. Anytime she wants to distract us, she turns to a penitent sinner. She turns a penitent sinner. Worst still, gullible people fall for her pranks, not me. Please tell her to face front. Ematera Felix, Abuja terror alert. Maybe the Western world doesn't really want Nigeria to be a peaceful state. What has been their contribution so far, if not taking big money from us in exchange of weapons? Are the Abuja terror alerts a Western conspiracy? Newton Ikere says it is preposterous to conclude that the terror alerts issued by the U.S. is a Western conspiracy or a hoax. The U.S. security agencies don't play pranks. They don't play pranks, yes, but they do other things. Terrorists are always one step ahead of security agents. So when alerts are issued, they lie low, waiting for the authority to take it serious or wave it up. If they wave it off, as in our case, they will proceed as planned. If they take it serious, they'll put it on hold and switch to plan B. A serious-minded and competent security agency will never waive off a terror attack issued by the US. The consequences are better imagined than experienced. Oluna John Amechi, Rivers releases 78 billion naira for completion of projects, award of new ones. This is a welcome development, only that I'm not happy because the Okoloma to Obete Road in Oyibo local government area is not part of this project to be worked on. I don't know why we have suffered this way. This road is a dead trap and a borrow pit. Please, I'm using this medium to call on the politicians in Oyibo to wake up from their sleep. Bright Noyelo, good morning. Annie Iman, the guest, Senate to grill minister over 147 billion naira projects. During the grilling, the senators should ensure that an ambulance is put in place because somebody will faint during the grilling. Also, during the grilling, another off the mic shouts will be witnessed. At the end of the day, the grilling will be merely an academic exercise and effort in futility. Tango Ability table, PDP rubbishes Tinubu Shetima over attack on Atiku. Attack or no attack, our PVCs will settle the attack come 2023 presidential election. Yesterday can never be today. They can't deceive us again. Amity Prince, PDP rubbishes Tinubu Shetima over attack on Atiku. Rubbishing each other is not what I want to hear from them. What I want to hear from them is as follows. One, how will they return this rising dollar back to at least two? I don't know what you mean. I saw two then to 300. So what does that mean? Is it $2 to 300 naira? So $1 to 150. Is that what you mean? And then what will they do to end this insecurity? And three, what skill or method will they use to solve our power problem? This and many more is what lots of Nigerians want to hear, not rubbishing each other. Oluna John Amechi, PDP rubbishes Tinubu Shetima over attack on Atiku. This is unnecessary. This is childish. The personal banter and unnecessary political basbos from a presidential aspirant is not a welcome development. Instead of throwing tantrums on each other, let them tell us what they have in stock for us. Power, Senate to grill minister over 147 billion naira project. And Newton says, mere theatrics, cosmetic, nothing will come out of it. Amity Prince, Abuja terror alerts Western conspiracy. Conspiracy how? If the most fortified places like presidential convoy, NDA, and airports can be attacked, then what makes people think that it is impossible for them to attack any part of Abuja? Abdul Ganiu Jimo, good morning, Annie. Aisha Buhari begged Nigerians to forgive her husband. For me, the man needs to forgive himself first and then ask us for forgiveness. If I may ask, what was the same Aisha Buhari who is asking us to vote Tinubu and APC? That's true meaning of speaking from both sides of the mouth, which is a sin in Islam. Lawrence, Obi's finest in terms of education, character, performance, and others. Autumn. Annie and my bosses in the studio, I salute. Autumn has seen what we, the youth, have seen in Obi that made us to say that we are the structure of the structureless candidate. I wish he would tell all the 36 state governors to see what he saw. Let them say the truth like him. Please, I wish to get in touch with one of your guests yesterday. He's my mentor, Austin Sado. Okay. Chinedu Omeje, PDP rubbishes Tinubu, a vice presidential candidate or even the presidential candidate, because I don't know who is the presidential candidate of APC, will come out to attack an industry that employs millions of people. Shetima saying that selling of pure water doesn't make one good in economics. Against Atiku is the lowest a candidate will go. It is totally unwarranted for someone who wants to be vice president of Nigeria to talk like that. Water business in Nigeria is a big industry. They have billions of naira as capital outlay and is a source of livelihood for thousands or if not millions of people. And someone who wants to be a leader of the country is making a caricature of such an industry. Shetima is not fit to be a vice president of this country for such act. Nigerians know what to do in 2023 by voting out a party that discourages production of goods and services. Atiku means business and he supports production. God bless Nigeria. Girl, the Mecca, good morning, Annie and your apt crew in the studio. Aisha Buhari begs Nigerians to forgive her husband, but he's a willful sinner. Who talked that thing? He's a willful sinner indeed that mustn't go unpunished for all the heinous crime he has committed against humanity. This apology here denotes that APC and her Emilokan is going nowhere, has to be obliterated politically in the incoming general election. Nigeria loses $12.6 billion and 120 million barrels of crude in 9 months. Welcome to Nigeria, where her handlers and authorities steal the oil, but turn around to claim or report oil thefts. Who reduced the pressure of the running crude while the foot soldiers are doing the tappings? What an irony. And he says, Adebanjo no longer leader, won't host Afenifere meetings, Power Fasaranti. I thought you are old not to handle all these brouhahas. Why not allow Pa Adebanjo to continue his goodwill? Chinedu Onoha, he's speaking on Aisha Buhari begs Nigerians to forgive her husband. He says Aisha Buhari's continued plea for forgiveness on her husband's behalf is becoming a sing-song. I think this round of rhetoric is another harbinger heralding the First Lady's antics to ask Nigerians to vote APC and its presidential candidate in the 2023 elections. It will remain in the lexicon of time that the Nigerian First Lady branded her husband and a sitting president a willful sinner at a time he's almost winding up his reign in power. Therefore, Nigerians cannot continue to suffer and suffocate for Buhari's willful sin. Aisha should help her husband to atone and remit his sins with God and leave Nigerians alone to nurse their injuries inflicted upon them by her husband's poor handling of Nigeria. Nigerians has moved on to rescue Nigeria from drawing. I don't think Aisha Buhari is the one who said, but he's a willful sinner. It's the writer. Aisha Buhari was calling for pardon for her husband. The writer went on to say, but he is a willful sinner. You need to read the story. That's why the link is there. And I continue to say, please don't run with just a caption. Read the story. Jude Chidi, Dan Marere. The Abuja terror alert isn't a wasted conspiracy. Reason is that those who are masterminding insecurity are doing it with a lot of impunity, and nothing seems to be happening to bring the masterminders to book. The alert just exposed the evil plan, and those behind it had to stay action for now since their plot has been exposed. Pity that no one has been brought to book since the madness started, and those arrested are either released through government Asula, Obi finest in terms of education, character, performance, and others. Annie, I'm afraid for Obi. If Autumn backs him, he will definitely lose Benue State. I have said this on this platform before. Anybody that Autumn supports will not win election in Benue State. He is a political fugitive in his state because of his bad policies. He abandoned governance to be a puppet to someone following him up and down. Benue people are angry with him. Please, for Obi's sake, Autumn should not support him. Oluna Jona made EFCC arrest 87 forex dealers in Abuja. The strategy that the CBN used is not effective. If they really wanted to catch the hoarders of large cash, they should not have announced the closing date of the exchange of the old notes for the new ones. They should have released the new ones, asked people to exchange the old notes to new ones. People will relax because there's no deadline for the exercise. Then in the middle of January, CBN will announce that the whole old notes will stop being a legal tender at the end of January. All right, so these are the ones I can take for now. Let's get on back to the papers. But before we go on, I remember we have one more guest who hasn't said anything on the last story, so I'll give him the opportunity. That's Ruben Izu Jr. He's a public affairs analyst, chairman, NDNEF Rivers State chapter, and a voice for Ngeni people. Good to have you with us, Ruben.
Good morning, Ali. Good morning to our listeners. Well, I think in my own usual way, I will not say much. Lai Mohammed's reaction is not a surprise to a lot of persons because he has been known for such negative reactions when there is no basis for it. We have listened keenly to what he was saying, but the fact remains here. When you toy with things around you, do you expect someone else to be serious about it? I don't think so. Lai Mohammed shouldn't speak in the manner in which he has spoken, because it is very obvious even within Nigeria here that they have, the federal government have toyed with security informations that has been given to it. But I don't know if the US has taken this step to inform its citizens and as well as the larger population of Nigerians. I don't even know why the grouse and the extent at which the Nigerian government through the Minister for Information has reacted and brought up this issue of maybe the Western world is trying to usurp power or whatever from the Nigerian state. Now, if you look at it, you are supposed to blame yourself. They said the stitch in time saves nine, but the other round is the extent at which Nigerian government has actually reacted. If we go by details of what we know over here from the attack on the presidential villa, which one of us talked here, That information was given citing the fact that the insecurity is creeping into Niger State. I remember vividly. And Niger State government did a little that they could do as a state, but they couldn't handle that tips that was given to them properly. And it come to Niger State to an extent and then crept into Abuja. Now, if we look at also the attack on the Kuje prison and so many, I always cite the fact that one of the professors who was released during the attack and kidnap of the rail incident in Abuja, Kaduna, when the man gave details of what was hashed in the camp of these kidnappers, these bandits, and how it was actualized when he came out and realized, he found out that the Nigerian government actually does nothing about information given to it. And if the US government, like my brother here explicitly just said, having such high respect for its citizens, will not actually want to relate with the Nigerian government, who to an extent we have experienced or noticed some complacency when it comes to security tips. Even within our system here, DSS has given us tips time without number, which we did not keep to it. Do you expect a serious nation in the US to actually respect in giving you such a tip that they knew very well that you will not work on it, and at the end of it, it will jeopardize the lives of their own useful, important citizens over here? What you could not do, you know, most of the times, what you could not do, you get upset when someone else will do it. Nigerians have found themselves in worse situations outside the shores of this country. Have the government of the day, including Lai Mohammed and the foreign ministry, have they ever given Nigerians a tip of how to guard themselves across the shores of this country? All they know is how to evacuate their citizens. Most countries do not live in such a chaotic pattern. They give their citizens first-hand information, and even as it stands, just like what Obidima said here, even when you said that these informations are not true, we have seen some level of success within the metropolis of Abuja, where one of these persons were arrested and information, useful ones, were being given, where the young man said, winners redeem. He mentioned some public places that was already hashed to be attacked, and you saw the evidence of the IEDs and everything that was in his disposal in a boys' quarter. What did they do with it? Sometimes I wonder how we talk. I wonder the kind of leaders we have already given the opportunity to pilot the affairs of this country. They know nothing from the left and right. Very funny.
All right.
And if I may,
yes, you may
add something. That the Minister of the Federal Republic brought a memo to the Executive Council, the Minister of the Federal Republic, telling them that, look, we have fixed railways. There may be insecurity. Please, can we mount cameras?
Yeah.
That in a meeting of the Federal Executive Council, a member of a Nigerian and a minister in that same Executive Council was debating with this minister whether the camera will be mounted on the railways to protect it or not. That is in a country where we have seen terror attacks. You know, they are not looking at, possibly they were struggling on who would take the contract, and possibly when some people find out they couldn't get the contract, so they say the camera may not be necessary. And in this country, citizens of the Federal Republic of Nigeria were held for almost 6 months by the terrorists who caught them, and they were coming out. And of course, some people came out and recounted that they paid ransom. Somebody was caught outside the country. They say they got over $1 billion naira. Meanwhile, the policy of the government is that we don't negotiate with terrorists. But citizens of the Federal Republic of Nigeria carried Nigerian currency and gave to some people. You know, the people received the Nigerian currency. Only them know how they transported it. Whether they transported it cash, physically they collected it. Then you buy your own people and go. Some other person buys his own people and go. And for 6 months, the intelligence. Okay. And imagine where a DSS official, who is the man on the station, you know, comes to tell the DSS authorities that, look at what I'm seeing, and the DSS authority takes that into the intelligence department in the State House to discuss, so that we meet the president to give approval to something. Definitely, somebody somewhere will influence that somebody is fired serially. Somebody will influence that from the man on the field who got the information, to the department head he gave the information, to the man in charge who go to the department official, the security department in the state, who will assess the president for that. Some other person possibly will ensure that everybody down the line is fired for bringing that kind of information close by. The same way that a minister we're looking at his fellow ministers and the president of the Federal Republic and told them that this is my department, this is what I think we should do to secure Nigerian citizens, to secure our investment now, And some other minister got up in the same meeting in front of him before his colleagues and was beginning to doubt or to put constrictions or limitations on that idea brought by the minister. And a few months or possibly weeks later, we paid the price in billions. The rest is lost in stories.
Got your thoughts on that? Let's see if we can move on. We still have from the papers another story. Aisha Buhari begs Nigerians to forgive her husband, but he's a willful sinner. You find the story in the Vanguard newspaper. Okay, I'm almost there. Just a moment. I think the network is a bit slow this morning. Okay, says here that Aisha Buhari, wife of President Muhammad Buhari, is an outspoken woman. Olufasan wrote this one, not Rotimina, who has strong political and social consciousness. Unlike the founding Buharis who whitewash her husband's administration, she doesn't suffer fools gladly and has often criticized his government. However, as President Buhari's administration winds down, Mrs. Buhari is now apologizing for its pathetic performance, begging Nigerians to forgive her husband. But why would Nigerians heed her plea when her husband is a willful and unrepentant sinner? Well, first, the apology. Recently, at the 62nd Independence Day special Jumat prayer and public lecture held at the National Mosque Conference Hall, Abuja, Mrs. Buhari said, the regime might not have been a perfect one, but I want to seize this opportunity to seek forgiveness from the ulamas and Nigerians in general. She referred to the economic conditions which is causing a lot of hardship and difficulties and the effects of banditry, kidnapping and many other ills in society. She repeated the apology in an exclusive interview with BBC Pidgin on October 21st. Family honor wouldn't allow Mrs. Buhari to say publicly that her husband's government has been an unmitigated failure. Instead, she resorted to euphemisms. The regime might have not been a perfect one. What an understatement. Yet her past criticisms of her husband's government shows that she believes he has performed well below the expectations of Nigerians, that his administration has failed to live up to the promises of change which swept it to power in 2015 and undeservedly in 2019. In an explosive interview with the BBC in October 2016, Mrs. Buhari said of her husband's government, things are not going the way they should, adding, nobody thought it was going to be like this, alluding to her husband's obstinacy. And she said, when one is doing something wrong and people talk to them, they should listen. Of course, not Buhari. 3 years later, in 2019, near the end of her husband's first term, Mrs. Buhari said his administration's flagship social investment program has failed woefully, averring that the 500 billion naira program made no impact. And shortly after her husband started his second term in 2019, she said the people Buhari put in cabinet should sit up and do the needful so that the First Lady would stop talking, end of quote. So, however, much the sycophantic Buharis gave an appearance of solidity to pure wind, to quote George Orwell, the truth is that the emperor has no clothes and his wife knows it. Indeed, as I once wrote, Buhari is Nigeria's most arrogant yet inept leader. He's certainly the worst president since the return to civil war in 1999. If you think that's outlandish, consider how he compares with other presidents since 1999. Take President Olusegun Obasanjo. Well, Buhari lacks his competence and vision. Obasanjo secured a reduction of Nigeria's external debt from $38 billion to $13 billion and created state institutions such as the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission. By contrast, Buhari has plunged Nigeria into unprecedented levels of debt, with a total external debt stock at $40.06 billion as of June 30th, 2022. While total public debt stock representing domestic and external was at 42.84 trillion naira, which is about $103.31 billion. According to the Debt Management Office, talk of debt trap. As for institution building, Professors Paul Collier and Tim Besley, who are who co-authored the Oxford LSE report on state fragility, said great leaders build institutions, but instead of building institutions, Buhari undermines existing ones. For instance, he has eroded the autonomy and independence of the Central Bank of Nigeria, which he treats as an appendage of the presidency. Then take President Umar Yar'Adua. Well, Buhari lacks his ability to recognize and manage Nigeria's diversity. Yar'Adua doused tension in the Niger Delta through a political solution, but separatist agitations reached a crescendo under Buhari because he mismanaged Nigeria's diversity and rejected political solutions. Think about it. Buhari is the only president since 1999 who refused to convene a national political dialogue. He rejected reports of previous political conferences and poo-pooed restructuring. It's not a nation builder. President Goodluck Jonathan, you might wonder why anyone will suggest he was better than Buhari. Well, Jonathan had the good sense to assemble a talented team, even though he himself lacked understanding leadership qualities. But Buhari lacks leadership qualities and surrounds himself with mediocre ministers, a double whammy. In 2015, as he assumed office, Buhari described ministers as noisemakers. Of course, because he regarded ministers as noisemakers, he didn't care about ministerial qualities. As a result, his cabinet, both in his first and second terms, are the worst in Nigeria, utterly devoid of technocracy. This is all ironic. Buhari tried desperately for 12 years, from 2003 to 2015, to govern Nigeria. He ran unsuccessfully for president 3 times, only succeeding at the 4th attempt. For someone who sought power so desperately, he would have hit the ground running when he became president. But, as Dr. Hakim Baba Ahmed, spokesman of the Northern Elders Forum, put it in one article once in office, Buhari was dangerously looking as if power was an end to itself. Indeed, that's how Buhari has run Nigeria over the past 7.5 years. Aloof and indifferent, enjoying the trappings of power while watching Nigeria sink deeper into the vortex of decline. As I write, Buhari is in London for 2 weeks for medical checkup after just returning from Japan. Yet floods are ravaging Nigeria, and Western countries are asking for diplomatic staff to leave Nigeria due to security threats. Last week, Professor Bolaji Akinyemi, former Minister of Foreign Affairs, said President Buhari should be on seat, not go anywhere now. Of course not. Buhari, the absentee president. So Aisha Buhari is own willful and deliberate choices. All right, like I said, this is another Fasa that wrote this. It's Olufasan this time. Manuel.
Well, Annie, I think that apology is completely hollow. It doesn't make sense to Emmanuel Dukwe, A to Z of it. The wife of President Buhari begging for what she perceives as the sins of the husband in administering Nigeria. It doesn't make any sense to me. You see, because if it were a criminal offense, it is Mr. Buhari that will be picked and not Aisha. No matter how money they have made and all that, Aisha will stay at home, perhaps paying visits to the husband in prison. So what's the essence? In religious circles, a son or a daughter or a wife cannot also bear the penalty of the husband. But in ancient times, it was like that. Your children will pay for your sins, but no longer now. So whoever sins will bear the brunt of that is sin. If Aisha feels that truly Buhari has sinned, she can display that as much as she had been speaking. Like in Aso Rock Clinic, there were no syringes or so. While Nigerians know that there were budgets for equipment in Aso Rock Clinic, and as low as the syringes were not in existence. So what happened to the money? Now, can I also say it's Buhari that took the money? No, I can't, because there are lieutenants everywhere. If they have decided to shift the money, but the question is that I want to believe that President Buhari heard that comment of the wife and should have called the attention of the lieutenants and find out what is happening to this. We budgeted for this. The budget I signed had this Aso Rock Clinic covered. So where's the money? And several other things that President Buhari would have been looking elsewhere. As for traveling, I don't don't think Buhari has traveled more than Chief Obasanjo. I don't think so. In fact, Chief Obasanjo traveled to the point that George Bush Jr. ignored him and handed him over to others. See, for me, traveling is odd, especially the one that concerns his health. I do not count them as excesses. No, I don't. But if there's something like emergency in flooding, now you have the one he attended in South Korea or so, you can shave such. But this one, if we are true to ourselves, we will know that he is going for medicals. He cannot shave that. Do we want him to die? No, we don't. You see, I always say, it is good you are alive. And here you are record. Let it be read for you before you die. So, Buhari, if he travels for medicals, yes, that one is allowed. But there are several other things he had been keeping quiet to the charging of Nigerians. And we don't need Aisha to come and beg Nigerians for that. Let Buhari, if you see, it's always good, and if Emmanuel Dukwe knows that he has sinned against anybody, he comes out and apologizes. This is not a political party. He is a president of the country. We are not taking it like Uche Secondus pleaded for PDP. No, it's not the same. So Buhari may have done what is bad, like every other president, because the comparison first and made there about Chief Obasanjo, everything good does not end in a reduction of debts. There are several other things. You know, if you use the right hand and give me something good, you use also the left hand and give me poison. I do not count you as somebody who is worthy for me to be revered. No. So Chief Obasanjo may have done good in that reduction. Did he do good in coming after Odi, as if it was where Hitler caused the Third World War? So he did also that to Zakibia. So every man has his own sins. But whoever wants to be penitent should apologize by himself. So Aisha should not bother us about apology.
All right, Emmanuel,
well, it is when one wants to talk about the Buhari government.
Yes.
The only thing that comes to my mind is disaster.
Oh dear.
And again, in one hand I blame Buhari, in the other hand I don't blame him.
Disaster.
Yes, I don't blame Buhari because promoting a man beyond his ability to operate is for those who promoted him, not necessarily for the man. I don't know whether you understand. It's like when you get a carpenter to put on a wig and go and appear before a judge. Or altogether promote a carpenter to be a judge. The next thing you hear there is the language is the language of cutting and hitting nail. That is the language you hear. That's the language of cutting wood and hitting. Okay, that's the matter. You are guilty. Put him in prison. That's the type, because a carpenter doesn't have time. You cut the thing, join it, fix it, and proceed with it. No time for procedures. So that is on the side I do not blame him, because naturally you find out that Buhari doesn't know what to do with power. He doesn't.
That he so desperately wanted.
Yes,
and contested.
He didn't just know what to do with it. I must be honest with you. He may not be a bad guy as an individual person, but he didn't know what to do with it. It's like you gave a 2-year-old child the head of an adult goat. You have prepared it, and the child doesn't know what to do. But give him the little lap of a chicken, a broiler for that matter. He knows where to start. So the truth is that he didn't know what to do. But on the other hand, I say that it is unfortunate. Remember the time we wanted a particular chief of army staff removed because the army was losing ground? And Nigerians shouted, Nigerians wept, please remove this man, let us try another person. It was as if the man is fixed. That is a padlock that until you bring the key, you can't open it, and that the key is lost. And then we were losing ground. And then soldiers were dying. And even when the man who was seen to be inept was removed, he was promoted, made an ambassador. In fact, practically everybody who has failed got a promotion. I do not understand the kind of system we operate. Everybody who has failed in government, particularly within these 7 years, got one form of promotion, one form of handshake, one kind of send-off, or the other. Now, what I do not understand is that if I'm the head of state and if I'm the commander-in-chief of an army, and I send soldiers to war, And every day you are losing ground, and I have given you what you ought to use and fight the war. Is it that you are fooling me, or you are not prepared to do the work? I should be able to call you and say, what? Why? The place was 3,000 square meters before. Now it's only remaining 900 square meters. You've lost the rest. What are you doing? Give me an account. If the man doesn't know the job, you remove him. Of course, if the man deserves to die, you kill him. But you operate a system, practically everything. For instance, when you look at Nigerian government officials, their psychology is that now the way they want them to be now. That is the psychology of top government officials. Everybody is waiting as if they tell us to move, we move. Nobody is agitated. Nobody is taking responsibility. Nobody is applying initiative. Everybody is just relaxed and making sure he traps any penny or dollar that crosses his table. They will trap it and keep. Do you understand? Nobody seems to be agitated to do anything substantial. In government, everybody is just relaxed. The president doesn't seem to know. And that is why the bandits are running amok. For instance, the issue of banditry we can solve the problem of banditry by applying violence, then using policy to bring the final solution. Applying violence is to halt the movement of banditry. Using violence, we can halt it temporarily. Then we use government policy to create an enabling environment that will make people to be productive and leave the act of banditry. But these people go in, they come back, they go, they come. It has become an industry. It has become the cheapest. In fact, it's getting more employment than the formal sector. And because everybody seems to be, why can't we set a special tribunal for bandits? You know, you are caught in the act of banditry in terms of people who go to people's farms with cows and kill them, or people who do all these things. We give you a summary trial and get you executed. Was it not in this country that the military were shooting armed robbers in the beach or in the public spaces? You will tell me, did that end robbery? But everybody knew the price of robbery. That once you are caught, you know what you do. So can't we do something like that, at least to restore the psychology of people, so that the younger generation will know? Okay. Let a young man growing up know that certain things are crime that you cannot do. Okay. Let the fear be there initially. Right. But everywhere is like that. So to me, it's a closer disaster.
All right, now we got your thoughts there. Dr. Obitima.
Well, I think we'll commend Aisha Buhari in the sense that Aisha Buhari has come out to tell Nigerians that the husband's government and APC government is a failure. Her S and her best can one say it other than the way she said it. You know, you just use your tongue and count your teeth. That's what Buhari and APC government should be doing. That by the assessment of one of us, we are not even talking of critics, not even opponents, political opponents, but the president himself, you know, that my government is a failure. And why should even this party and the person they are bringing now, who also have the same features with Buhari, mitigate this problem, not compounding it, and they are also shouting Hosanna the way they shouted the first time, and pushing him the way they also pushed Buhari the first time, and we look beyond 2023. Where is the future of this country? I want Aisha Buhari to go further to say Nigerians, don't return APC, don't vote for Tinubu.
But do you agree with Fasan that Buhari is a willful sinner?
You see, the issue of willful or not, I don't want to go into that. I want to center my discussion on what Aisha said.
Aisha had said it long ago. Remember
I know
that the reference to it is because Fasan wants to speak about him being a willful sinner.
If he said that, let me reference what Arochukwu said here. When you have somebody with a set mentality, a fixed mentality, and no matter what you say, no matter what you do, no matter how you push it, he will never change from that position. You now know that is somebody that naturally have determined that this is what I will do. If you call it willfulness, somebody can characterize it, but I want to say that it's an agenda that he has been nursing all this while, not just to be a president, to leave a legacy that people will talk about tomorrow in a very positive manner. But his intention is to do what he's doing now. He's executing, using the opportunity he has gotten to do what he's doing now. I want to differ a bit from Emma when he say if health issue can travel and all those things. Travel on health issue. What is the health sector of your country? Why is it that the past 7 years there is no one single hospital that can deploy all the resources in NPC to make that, even if it's to go and bring all the Americans and the European doctors to work there? As far as that hospital is in Abuja, you will not travel, you can be taken care of there, and you will live, you will not even transmit power to your vice. So it does mean that this man has a mindset. If it can be transmit power to his vice, within this period, the vice he could just within 2 weeks and change all the people, because the vice may also have intelligence, or those who are causing this problem within the security circle, and you will feel destabilized. You feel destabilized. It's like his agenda is being truncated. And why is it that our president, if he is a man of integrity, cannot disclose all these years his ailment? How much is the society, the Nigerian nation bearing, the cost they are bearing in terms of his set? And yet, he have also endorsed somebody with similar ailment, in fact, near ailment with you, to come and take over from you. Oh, Annie, in fact, there are things that are heartbreaking, and I don't know why Nigerians are so gullible. Nigerians are so backward that they cannot think right. And we have also started seeing the sign in their president candidate of jetting out every 1 month, 3 weeks, 1 month.
You've left the issue now, you're going to attack somebody that is not in the conversation.
Annie, you see, this is what happened in 2014. What you're saying now, that we entered into what?
No.
The problem we
I'd like you to stick to the issue.
Yeah, because we must have to concentrate.
No, stay. Yes,
we have to.
The concentrating can be done differently. Stick with this issue. You agree he's a willful sinner. He's a failure. Are you what
Buhari, in fact, is there anything? Let me add to what Aratugu said. Disaster, unmitigated disaster.
All right. Okay.
Unmitigated disaster.
Look, I've got very little
I'm sure maybe don't go to market to buy things.
No, I don't. The time has wrapped up, so I'll keep that comment of yours pending when we come back. I mean, you, Ruben Izu Jr. The news update is up next. Thank you so much, Dr. Obitima. The news update is next. Please stay with me.
Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News update.
Hello, good morning. Here's the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Annie Abdul Salam. The All Progressives Congress is now set to formally flag off its presidential campaign rally in Jos Plateau State on November 15th after a series of postponements. The party had made several attempts to flag off its campaigns in the recent past, but the internal contestations regarding the composition of its presidential campaign council led to several postponements. According to its timetable and schedule of activities, several town hall meetings will be held with different stakeholders across the country, while December 4th to 10th has been slated for international engagements. On February 8, 2023, there will be a rally and musical concert in the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, while the Lagos rally, which will be the last, will be held on February 13th. The PCC is expected to use the period from February 2012 to 24 for election planning. The spokesman of the Atiku Abubakar presidential campaign, Daniel Bwala, says Bola Tinubu's manifesto is a campaign against President Muhammadu Buhari's government. Bwala said this days after the All Progressive Congress presidential flag bearer released his 80-page manifesto tagged Renewed Hope 2023 Action Plan for a Better Nigeria, in which he promised to tackle insecurity and the country's economic difficulties if elected. But Bwala said the document indicts the present government, adding that a kingdom divided against itself cannot stand. Edo State Governor Godwin Obaseki has faulted the move to redesign the Naira, claiming it has no economic basis and purely political. Obaseki, who said this while inaugurating the People's Democratic Party Women Campaign Council at the Presidential Campaign Secretariat in Benin City, questioned the move to redesign the Naira at a critical time the country is faced with various challenges. The governor reiterated that there is no agency to redesign the currency, claiming that the country has other important things to pay attention to. He claimed that the country will continue to fail if the All Progressives Congress wins the 2023 election. And on the foreign scene, a court in military-ruled Myanmar has handed a 148-year jail sentence to a former parliamentarian from the deposed National League for Democracy Party. This is in addition to a previous conviction which will now see 52-year-old Wayne Hiliang spend a total of 173 years in prison. The sentence, which was handed down to Hiliang after his conviction on terrorism charges, appeared to be the longest jail term given to any member of Aung San Suu Kyi's government and NLD party since the military grabbed power in February 2021. Earlier, the court in Magoe district found Hiliang guilty of 8 offenses under the Counter-Terrorism Act and sentenced him to 148 years. Hiliang had already been convicted in March, April, and June of 5 offenses involving incitement and terrorism, for which he received sentences totaling 25 years. Aung San Suu Kyi, who was arrested on the day the army seized power, has been sentenced to 26 years in prison on charges her supporters say were fabricated to discredit her and prevent her from running in elections. And that was the news update on Today 95.1 FM. It's your right to vote. Ensure that you take advantage of this coming election to elect the leaders of your choice. Good morning. I am Annie Abdesalam. Thank you for listening.
This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people. Port Harcourt, are you ready? Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Okay, it's live on Today 95.1 FM. Where else can be better? Tuning on to Today 95.1 FM, and we will make your day.
Hello everyone, with me in the studio is Dr. Douglas Pepple, a consultant, obstetrician and gynecologist, a national trainer for Nigeria in maternal and child health, where he has mentored a lot of medical personnel. He's here representing the Century 21 Freedom Group International, of which he's a partner. He'll be talking about the organization's Global Entrepreneurship Project and explaining how the project can benefit interested Nigerians. With him are Honorable Gogo Ofiaja, an educationist. He's equally a partner with the Global Entrepreneurship Project. Also is Mr. David Udioko, a lawyer and a partner with the Global Entrepreneurship Project as well. Gentlemen, you're welcome to the studio.
Thank you very much.
So, tell us, Dr. Pepple, what is this project all about?
The Century 21 Freedom Group International is a registered non-governmental organization launched in 2016 in the city of Abuja. And based on the massive success recorded during our first 4 years of operation, we have expanded to all states in the country, launching our flagship initiative, the Global Entrepreneurship Project. It is an initiative aimed at helping Nigerians build a financial legacy that will outlast them, despite these trying times where everyone seems to be complaining. Whether we choose to accept it or not, a lot has happened to our economy that has changed and unfavorably affected how we made money 20 years ago, and yet more changes are going on that affect our income source today, more so in the next coming years. It will stop. Little wonder why fear and uncertainty has taken hold of most Nigerians. Yet, where have we gone wrong? We are doing everything. They told us, go to school, get a good grade, and you'll be set for life. But how many of us has it worked out for as planned? I am a retired medical doctor, and it didn't work out for me either. We see BSc, MSc, and even PhD holders either unemployed or underemployed. Even among the employees, most have not been able to make ends meet. But the good news is that the Global Entrepreneurship Project is an initiative sponsored by an international body in the Philippines, and the vision is to empower 50,000 Nigerians with our system, structure, and support. It is carefully designed to give the ordinary man, the upper class, and even the youth a cash flow advantage and an unlimited access to capital in these trying times through a proven cash flow system. And with this project, even your next of kin is secured.
So personally, it's interesting to me when people talk about extra sources of income. So I'll just ask you quickly, Honorable Gogo Ofiaja, who can participate?
Yes, the opportunity is open to all category of persons who are sick and tired of the way things are for them financially. Breadwinners of the family, employees in the private and public sector, professionals, politicians, business people, retirees, housewives, youths, and even students. It has a package for everybody.
Interesting. So I guess the question on every listener's mind right now is, how can anyone participate?
All you need to do, if you are interested in building a financial legacy for yourself using our system and support, you simply send your name and yes to
070-4140-9265. Again, 070-4140-9265.
Now, when you do that, you are going to receive a call or SMS to schedule an appointment with our consultants.
070-4140-9265. Again, 070-4140-9265.
So, Dr. Fiaja, let's talk about pedigree, all right? You people have said quite a couple of things, and I'm sure everyone is looking to know how they can be impacted personally by all of this project. So, we'd like to know what's your feedback. How has the project affected you personally?
Thank you for this opportunity to tell the world how this project has positively affected me. I was voted to represent my people in the State House of Assembly some time ago for a short term. Later, I got appointed to serve in the state government. I discovered that elective positions and appointments are temporary, but supporters and admirers stay longer seeking for unavailable help. When I saw this opportunity, I quickly aligned with the vision. Today, I speak boldly that this vision has tremendously helped me to care for my family, pay for my children's education, touch the lives of many others, and serving my God with joy.
So in other words, the Global Entrepreneurship Project helps not just impact you, but impact other people around you. Mr. David, please tell us a little more about that.
Beautiful. Let me start this way. If there's anything that scares my generation, and I'm speaking of ages between 20 to 35, is the uncertainty of life after school. For those who have tested it, for those who were in my shoes, it's another world on its own. I call it induction into adulthood. It's even more devastating now, given the constant issues bedeviling our society in recent times. And one will ask, is there any hope for my generation? Friends, the answer is yes, there is. With the Global Entrepreneurship Project, I found that hope. The organization presented to me a functional system with well-experienced experts as partners, both locally and internationally, who worked with me and consistently mentor me to generate the cash flow I need. And I do not need to pay back the capital they helped me raise. Yes,
the Century 21 Freedom Group International are partners with reputable foreign organizations, so you do not need to pay back the funds you're helped to raise. Now, I look at the future with a sense of positivity that better days lay ahead, and this can be your reality as well.
All of what have been said so far is quite amazing. But I would like to hear from Dr. Pepple. What's your experience? How has this impacted you?
Beautiful listeners, it has delivered me from the pension cage. As a retired medical consultant of no mean repute with the government, if I had decided to rely on pension, I wonder what would have become my fate. Now, thanks to these projects, I have a cash flow advantage that my years of medical practice couldn't give me. And more so, it has served as a reliable plan B, helping me to take care of my rising financial needs due to the economic situation. And it has immensely enabled me to give my both parents, who are 90 and 100 years old, the best care. Dear listeners, if you sincerely desire to escape the rat race of living from hand to mouth, or you are comfortable yet desirous of more, not for selfish reasons, but so you can help become a blessing to your loved ones, all that come in contact with you, do not hesitate to send yes right now to
070-4140-9265. Again, 070-4140-9265.
And for you to be selected, you must be among the first 30 persons to send yes with their names to
070-4140-9265. Again, 070-4140-9265.
Because we can't attend to everyone at the same time. We can only attend to a limited number of persons per session. For purposes of accountability and transparency, don't call, please. Just send an SMS yes to
070-4140-9265. Again, 070-4140-9265.
So, any final words for the listeners?
Warren Buffett, one of the world's wealthiest men, said, until you can find a way to start making money while you are sleeping, you may end up working until you die. So, if I ask, if what you are doing currently stops paying you, how long will it take you for the money to finish to take care of your loved ones? Dear listeners, if you don't have an answer that you can take to the bank, I strongly advise that the Global Entrepreneurship Project is your answer today. Currently, we have over 1,000 partners who are active beneficiaries of our system and have become landlords, big business owners, car owners, as well as being able to send their children to the best schools and are ultimately fulfilling their purposes in life. Our vision is to raise a financially free people who will help raise other financially free people. So you can either join us or be an observer. The choice is yours. Do not forget to send yes to
070-4140-9265. Again, 070-4140-9265.
All right, thank you so much. With all of what you've said, we are hoping that people would buy into your vision. So thank you, gentlemen, for coming through today.
Thank you very much.
It's a beautiful, beautiful day in the garden city of Port Harcourt, Rivers State, Nigeria. How are you doing? Today 95.1 FM is here for you all day long. Cheers to a wonderful day. Stay tuned.
Wake up to today's quest.
Wake up.
All the news and information you need in one go. Get started with the best of sports, lifestyle, analysis, and Annie.
Can you feel it? Can you feel it?
Can you feel it? Wake up to today's quest with Annie on Today 95.1 FM from 6 to 11 a.m. weekdays. Fantastic.
15 minutes is gone past 10. You're listening to Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. Let me see whether we're going to take any more stories here, because we need to really move on to our opinion poll, right? Don't forget that you can also go on Twitter. I'm taking some of your reactions on Twitter concerning the papers, and then you can do so by actually going on our page Today 95.1 FM on Twitter. You can also follow me on Twitter. I am Talk Annie on Twitter, TalkAnni on Twitter. And I have this here, Okoa Charles on Twitter. You said the Cold War brewing in the West is an ethnic battle of why are you not supporting your own? For that we shall rubbish you. That is what is playing out in the Afenifere. Really sad for the acclaimed One Nigeria. Same leader preaches. I don't know what you mean by same leader preaches, but I mean I was shocked to see that with the Afenifere Fasaranti and Adebayo. But we'll get to that story in a bit. I need at least one more of my guests to speak on the last issue that we had here, and then we can proceed to maybe that story particularly. So now let me just quickly remind you, the last story was on Aisha Buhari begging Nigerians to forgive her husband, but the writer Rotimi Fasan says, Olufasan, he says, but he's a willful sinner. If you're willful, where's the forgiveness? All right, Ruben Izu, over to you.
Yeah, and it's for me, a lot of person may not agree, but I think it's very courageous for the First Lady. I stand to be corrected in the history of
First Ladies.
First Ladies in the space of the politics, starting from the minute elective position in councillorship, where elective position begins, down to the presidency. I said it earlier on, I stand to be corrected. If any wife of any political office holders have ever in this manner challenged policies, challenged how their husbands are fed with public offices being given to them as a position of trust from their various wards, local government, states, and then the federation. To the best of my knowledge, it wasn't a surprise to me how she has been outspoken. But you know, they say in the eyes of the law, there is no thing recognized as an ignorance. Ignorance is not recognized in the eyes of the law. And also, we will agree that in the eyes of the law, to an extent, we agree that she knows properly that, like some of us have spoken here very well, the president, with the caption, willful sinning, tells you that this person knows what he or she is doing. So I really do not want to dwell much on that, because like some of them have also said here, whenever you think of this administration, you think, so I wouldn't want to call some of the things they have called, because in as much as I feel their pains, it's somehow to use some but honestly speaking, the president's wife has actually been very, very outspoken. She has talked very much about this administration, how this administration have not done well, how the administration has been hijacked by so many cronies of the president, how this government have not really done well in this area. She was the one who in fact shouted that even till the villa there is no syringe. She was the one who shouted that the medical facilities in the villa is dilapidated. She has been at the forefront. In fact, as at when she left the country for over many months, she wasn't seen around the country. She was speaking even in our enclave outside the shores of this country. But the fact remains here that the law does not really recognize the position of the First Lady. And in as much as the law does not recognize, you know very well that when somebody from the inner caucus speaks as the First Lady on behalf of her husband, whether the husband likes it or not, I think this is the way she spoke, and she got a bad reaction from the president, who said the positions of women are actually in the kitchen. She did not get that reaction inside an inner room, which he refers to the kitchen. I think the First Lady got that feedback from the husband because of the manner at which she attacked
his administration. Like I said, I stand to be corrected. No one has been encouraged the manner at which this woman has done a bit, because it shows that she feels for Nigerians, that the extent at which Nigerians actually relied on the husband, he didn't actually live up to expectations. So to me, I wouldn't want to say whatever forgiveness is not.
Let me just a question though. But do you think that Buhari is a willful sinner?
Very willful. A man who, very willful, 100% willful. A man who, as at any point in time you give him an information, he decides to do otherwise. A man who has been told about those within his cabinet. He himself has come out to make statements. In fact, before this administration started, he stayed without minister's cabinet for almost 6 to 7 months. Who gave him that information? He decided on his own. It's a very 100% willful sinner, and there is a punishment for those who, if the law says there is no room for an excuse, ignorance means you are not informed, you don't know, yet there is no room for such persons in law. How much more for a willful, somebody who knows you intentionally do this thing? I wonder the hammer that will hit on you. If only there is anyone for such elites in the society, there will be a very huge sledgehammer on him. For this world is a willful sinner.
We got your thoughts, Emmanuel. What do you want to say?
But Annie, if somebody asks Emmanuel Ndukwe whether Aisha Buhari is a model for housewives, I would say no. And that no is in capital letters.
What do you mean model for housewives?
Dirty linen should not be washed outside. Now, Aisha has every right, for instance, not to come out publicly. That's Emmanuel Ndukwe saying his opinion. Come outside and then say exactly how the husband is misruling and all this and that. But she can tell somebody. She has every right to express.
So what if she has told someone and told someone and told someone, and she's told someone, and then she still sees the government is running in ways that she doesn't approve?
Let it come from another mouth, not from her. That is the way I feel, because husband and wife contract, as it were in marriage, it's not something you come outside and be blowing exactly whatever you want.
It will get to you. Arachukwu is so easy. I will come to you. Arachukwu is so easy with that part. But
I think I'm also uneasy with that part. This is not. It's not a wife and husband issue. It's not.
No, it is.
It's not.
It is in the sense that what she was talking about has nothing to do with the office of the first lady. What she was talking about had everything to do with the office of her husband.
Is that a private?
That's what I'm saying. It is her husband that she's talking about. So if it was something that had to do with her first office, then you say, okay, maybe that's something that's speaking. It had something to do with the governance style of her husband, and he thinks that you already have a contract with this person.
Open your eyes and talk.
Yeah, I'll close them and talk. And he thinks that he has a contract with this person, so you should as well stick with that contract and ignore the other issues. Ignore it from your own perspective. But you can tell other people, and they can speak.
Of course.
All right, but not you. You should never be heard saying it with your mouth. Before you please, Arachukwu Polobuna.
You see,
I'll go around like
this. Emma has made 2 dangerous points. I'm telling you. The first point, he was trying to excuse somebody going to London to go and take medical treatment. The question is that, Annie, I wish to go to London for medical treatment too.
Me too.
I want to go and treat my BP in London.
Yes, you can. You should.
I'm talking of with a jet, a presidential jet, and
yes, you should go. What constituency do you represent? What
as a Nigerian, the most important.
No. You have a constituency.
I said the constituency of a citizen
your
of the Federal Republic.
Then your office should fund that.
That is the biggest office I'm talking.
That's the office should fund it.
That's what I'm saying. That
Buhari has an office. He goes there every morning as that office. And then that office
and I have office of the citizen.
Then go there.
Office of the citizen and office of the president. Which one is superior?
I've asked you. I said simply go to your office.
Good, but unfortunately I've got to my office as a citizen.
Where is it?
And I cannot.
Where is your office?
I'm seated here.
That is
as a citizen. I'm walking on the street of Port Harcourt. I'm a citizen. Yet I cannot walk
your
into
office. You have where you write. I said, look, fund this for me.
But I know at a time in this country where I was taken to a dispensary not far from my father's house, and I was given medical attention. In that place has been turned into a mortuary the last time I went to the village. Do you understand? All the places we were taken as citizens. In fact, as a child in primary school, there was a dispenser, they call it dispenser, close to our school. When a child decides to develop free fun in school, the teacher merely carries you to the place, gives you medical attention, and returns. Whether the teachers paid or the headmaster paid, I do not know. But as a child, I didn't see any exchange of money. But I got medical treatment. Now, some other person now is going to London at that prayers morning every other time. Me wonder you should not. University of Port Harcourt Teaching Hospital is there. University of Nigeria Teaching Hospital is there. In fact, Pamoka Clinic is there. Why can't you patronize any of these places? Must it be in London? That having been said, we should rather congratulate Aisha for having the courage to speak out.
All right, okay, so
having the courage to speak out, that is sufficient. And to me, she's a real and a brave woman. It has gone. Remember, this woman was accusing people of hijacking the husband's administration. She has even at a very time had a problem with them. It was alleged she was living in Dubai and all that. So she spoke out, and she's the type of people we want.
She's a model wife.
She's a model wife.
Okay, Dr. Bitima.
Honestly, in the Bible, a time was when Haman, the wife, had to speak out to Haman and say, look, this thing you are doing, if it is these people, you may be endangering your life.
To Haman.
Yes. We have also had occasions where Caesar's wife dreamt and made the public to this is my dream. You see, did not if not, those things will not be written down. So the point there is that can we kind of segregate the public life of Buhari and the wife and their private lives?
Yes.
Okay. If we can separate them, we should also know that what Aisha Buhari is coming out to say or apologize for is purely public, their public life. As it affects one, governance, and that governance affecting us as citizens. And people are complaining, people are dying, and the woman with compassion, a heart of compassion,
indeed,
cannot just sit down and not wake up and say, look, what my husband, maybe I want to even assume that this woman have been talking to the husband in the private.
Yeah, you can assume so.
And it appears nothing is changing. And for her to say, look, maybe in the midst of women, madam, you appear not to be so merciful and compassionate. We're going through hell. It's like telling those people, look, I've been saying these things. You know, there must be something we must, when you occupy a public office, I want to tell you this, you should ensure that your conduct and all your activities do not offend the general sensibilities of those who are you are superior over.
I agree with you.
So I don't see if the wife decide to be on the side of the people, to say some certain things. I don't see anything that is wrong because it's a public life.
Okay, all right.
As a non-violent man, to be frank, I will tell you that for those who say those who come to equity must come with clean hands, you better start acting, behave in that direction. Some persons will also say that they talk about justice. Some people will say they talk about peace, but you must have to know that justice first ensures peace. The very beginning you decide. This is why America and some other better climes, we use this word with this mindset of this is to be frank, this is pure public life. I have not heard, I stand to be corrected again, I have not heard Aisha Buhari talk about the husband not taking care of her in her home. I have not heard her talk about the husband not taking care of the children. I have not heard Aisha Buhari talking about the husband not giving her time. Every time she has come out to speak is of the interest of the general public, of which the husband swore to the oath of the Nigerian state. She has come out every time to speak against the way few have hijacked the government against the general interest of Nigerians. So when you speak, I see, to be frank, I must say it here. At any point in time this woman speaks, I will tell you that what has happened or degenerated between the husband and Aisha Buhari, in my own opinion, is exactly what has happened between the US and the Nigerian state, where they decided not to tell you in private, they make it in public. Like Obidima said, yeah, do you know from the beginning how this woman had a better intention from the husband's perspective for Nigerians? And when these things were no longer actually lived out, she must have been talking to him in private. But when he didn't refuse on how they have hijacked, she decided to blow hot, like US have dropped this information in public. And you say it is not worthy of a good wife. When you decide to take public office, is there any policy that determines how you govern yourself in public or your private life? I don't think so. This woman, to be frank of everything, I exonerated her of anything you or anybody will say about she's not worthy of a good wife. The husband swore to the Nigerian this thing and not to any family in Daura.
You see, Annie, I'm just going to leave that particular angle. This is my opinion. Even now, I'm undaunted. She is not a model of a good wife in terms of exposing the stewardship of the husband in a bad light. That is the man in the great position. But you see that of going to London and all that. We always want, every nation must always look for a better position to place itself. All that we're saying, Port Harcourt teaching hospital, all the teaching hospitals, plus the one that government itself should have put the perhaps whether national hospital also, equip it so that the president, if you remember, Nelson Mandela died in South Africa. But that we've not done so in Nigeria should not mean that whichever party is president, being the president of Nigeria, should be allowed to die here because there is no health facility. If the person decides to do so, fine for the person. But as for Nigerians keeping quiet, if he's going to London, let him go, because that the president commits error should not make me as a citizen also, so let me go in that same routine. I don't do that. The president should be going for his health issues. What Aruchukwu is saying is impossible. You know, I always tell them, when they say all humans are equal, all humans are not equal. Religiously and for God, yes, we are equal, we are humans. You can see that these two hands I have, these two hands you have.
All right.
Now, but Annie, the offices distinguish the quality. That this one is bigger, this one is less. In fact, there are some directors that cannot even afford to go to London from their company. But the president must go to the London.
All right, then. Let's get on here. So let's move on. Speaking about equal and not equal, let's get on to this story. Adebanjo, no longer leader, won't host Afenifere meetings. Fasaranti is speaking. We have this here that says the battle for the soul of Pan-Yoruba social political organization Afenifere between Ruben Fasaranti and Ayo Adebanjo continued yesterday with the duo restating the headship of the group. Fasaranti, who handed over to Adebanjo as acting leader in March 2021 yesterday, said he remains the leader of Afenifere and Adebanjo will no longer host meetings of the group, which he said will now be held in Akure. Countering, Adebanjo said Fasaranti has no constitutional right to do so because he had retired and officially handed over to him, Adebanjo. Both leaders are divided over the endorsement of Labour Party's LP presidential candidate, Mr. Peter Obi, and the All Progressive Congress APC standard bearer, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. While the Afenifere under Adebanjo endorsed Obi at the meeting in Lagos, Fasaranti over the weekend endorsed Tinubu in Akure. Fasaranti, in an interview aired by IATV, said there will be no more meetings at Adebanjo's home, adding that the report that he stepped down as Afenifere leader was misrepresentation. It was a misrepresentation. He says if it was a misunderstanding and misinterpretation from some people who thought I was going senile and couldn't comprehend. When I heard that, I reacted, and the person who said that regretted saying so. Fasaranti added that the meetings of the group will be moved to Akure as soon as the secretary and I put our heads together, and the leaders too. On the endorsement of Obi, Fasaranti said Obi has not been endorsed by the group. We have not deviated from the same principle. We will stand for the good of the people. I didn't retire from leadership of Afenifere. I was misinterpreted. I am still the leader of Afenifere. Afenifere is not endorsing Obi. We're endorsing Jagaban. As you can see, the trend, the fellowship, and the approval, and the acceptability. Adebanjo can't warn me not to welcome Tinubu. Adebanjo took a stand, and I took a stand. We did not speak about Tinubu's visit. It goes without saying that Jagaban is accepted, and we approve of it. Obi has no standing in our minds at all. However, in a telephone interview with Adebanjo, the Vanguard had with Adebanjo last night, Adebanjo said Fasaranti has no constitutional right to do and say so. He has handed it over to me, and that is the end of the matter. It is not an issue. He has retired. He wrote a letter, handed it to me, and he said he was tired, but is now here causing confusion. I'm just wondering, Fasaranti, where has he been all this while when the Afenifere has been speaking and they've had, aside endorsing Peter Obi that Adebanjo did, the Afenifere has been meeting and they've been different things. I've not heard Fasaranti come up and say, well, this is what we have done or this is what. It's been Adebanjo. So what's the issue here now?
Well, you see, Annie, I think Fasaranti, certainly, an old man. There are things, one thing I understand from all the flurry of events that happened in Afenifere. I do not know what made Fasaranti. I just pretend I don't know, at least as told, as read and then told by people, that it's not his age and all that made him hand over to Adebanjo. But one thing I know very well that he handed to Adebanjo as the leader of Afenifere. He cannot deny that himself. But one thing...
It's misunderstanding.
Good. If they misunderstand that, but there was a handover. Whether that handover was misunderstood or not, but there was handover. It is when you count that this handover is standing here, it's been performed to stand, you start talking about whether the sentiments around the handover were handed over to Adebanjo and Afenifere, and the pronouncement of Fasaranti was that he is the acting leader of Afenifere. There's comma in that leadership. Yes, if he remains that he is acting, even up till today, that means now that Obi may be the one that Fasaranti, who Adebanjo was acting on his behalf, doesn't want the endorsement of Obi. That means every activity Adebanjo has conducted should be voided. If this one is voided, the Obi zone is voided. Now, I don't understand what is going on. At 96, somebody is still pushing his way, even though perhaps naturally he may not be seeing very clearly and all that. His voice may not be strong. He still won because Obi is endorsed. And I don't know what Nigerians see in the endorsement of Afenifere. My friend Chimene, one of that was said, anybody endorsed by Afenifere will always fail. So I'm asking a simple question because I think what this lawyer in APC, Keyamo, they said he said so. Now I'm asking, does Tinubu want to fail? If anybody that Afenifere does it will fail. So Tinubu is now using his eyes and his legs going in for failure. Well, that one concerned for Adebanjo and Fasaranti. I don't know what to say there because if Adebanjo remains the acting leader of Afenifere, he is not truly the leader. He is acting. Just like Osibanjo acted for President Buhari, he came back and took what belongs to him. And Osibanjo went back to his position. So if Fasaranti is coming up now and said, you are no longer the acting leader. Is it true? Was he truly the acting leader? And if that is true, give it back to Fasaranti.
All right, go thoughts.
Well, and it is the season of elections, and politicians in their desperation penetrate everywhere with their resources. In their bid to corner favor and get political support, they can always factionalize any organization. For politicians, it's very significant. This endorsement makes a lot of sense to them, because it's a way of penetrating ethnic formations and trying to get support from that place. And to some people, it's even embarrassing that some other person will move from his own ethnic association and come to your own and get all that kind of endorsement and go. So it's better you do everything humanly possible to break in and get your own endorsement. So you see a lot of ethnic formations having been factionalized or running into crisis this season. In fact, many organizations will be running into crisis because all the dormant naira and dollars, pound sterling stashed away will be activated this season. So if we belong to an association and Emmanuel is the president, I'm fully aware Emmanuel is the president. If somebody, is able to bring a good quantity of Nigerian dollar or better Nigerian naira, or better still, make it easier for me to convert it to dollar and brings it around, I'm ready to issue a press statement from Enugu or Nature, declaring that actually Emmanuel is too old to be the president even though he has been the president for the past 3 years, he has 5 years now. Can say he's too tall to be the president, that the presidents are not supposed to be as tall as he is. And since the presidents are not supposed to be as tall as he is, it is my height actually that is naturally meant to be
for that position.
And so while Emmanuel is putting his hand on somebody's head, I'm putting my hand on some other person's head at that level. So that is what you see. So that is why you begin to see a man saying, look, I just gave to you an acting position. Now possibly I'm back to my position, and therefore you have no. So the crisis will deepen, and it will deepen, and it will deepen after the election. All the organizations, just like this example I gave between me and Emma, are going to say actually Emma is actually supposed to be the president, and whatever that must have happened, let us take it, but let him complete his term, so I will contribute. By which time I must have justified the money I received. So that is the spirit this is. Unfortunately, Afenifre, a very notable social cultural organization, have allowed themselves, in the tradition of Nigeria, old men always cause confusion. The old men in this instance have fallen prey to the politicians, and they are going to decapitate them. I guarantee you, in this Afenifre, a third force will come, because if First Rente and what's the other man's name? Adebanjo is quarreling, then a third person will come and say, look, both First Rente, both Adebanjo, age is no longer on their side, and they cannot articulate.
We need a younger
person. So I'm the new president. So him and his own group will endorse.
Now the Obi and Tinubu start looking for whether this is
exactly.
this newcomer.
Obi and Tinubu will run back to him to.
Or Atiku might just say, okay, let me take my own.
Exactly. Atiku will now leave all of them, because Obi and Tinubu and go to the new person, and he will now put hand on his head. So finally, at the end, when the politics settles and the money begin to die off, then people will come to your senses and they will review. So after all these ethnic formations, all these social cultural organizations are confusionists. If Nigeria, if we hit or we get close to Nigeria for our dream, some of these associations will naturally fizzle out. They are just local identities that people use to create confusion and crisis in the system, and even blackmail the system. Blackmail the system and begin to extract resources from them.
Okay, your thoughts are Chukupolo, but let me move on to Dr. Bitima.
And because you see, our politics is largely dependent on ethnicity. That's why these socio-cultural groups are quite relevant. And until we move out of it, we cannot do without them. They are still relevant. As it is today, both Ohanes and Dibo, ACF, Arewa, Middle Belt, Pandef, Afenifere, they are all very relevant. If you also come to River State here today, whether there are few people constituting such groups, like the Ogoni or Kalabari or Ikwere, their voice has a lot to do with the psychology of those who are listening to them. So when Afenifere says anything, it also has a lot to do with the psychology of voters within that region. Well, my worry here is that Forante, or is it what they call him? Fasarante is an old man. And this is a man that we should be looking up as a role model. And this man is going towards his grave, trying to destroy the integrity he has garnered all these years based on pecuniary gains. And how can this man now begin to tell us that he's a tribalist and that he has nothing to do with any candidate outside, maybe undermining the philosophy of Afenifere on justice, equity, on what they feel that should be, we should play the politics of inclusiveness in this. And if he handed over to Ayo Adebanjo March last year, 2021, it says 2021, March 2021.
Oh, March 2021.
Yes. And all this why, Ayo Adebanjo have been very active representing this both in all the Pandef, Middle Belt, or Hanese meetings in Abuja, everywhere, and all the position they take concern the government of the federation is security issues, state policing. Even when this Amotekun thing was, coming up, it was this man that was driving the seat, the vehicle within that region. And even the meeting that Fenifere had, where they invited Peter B, where he made the presentation, and it was after that presentation and all those things they endorsed. Even the publicity secretary of that group, the secretary of that group went further to say, look, it is on this we stand, based on equity and justice, that if any, let's say regional equity, everybody is dragging, and it came to the south, the Yorubas occupied that position in 1999, even as far as now, that the natural place this thing should go to is the Igbo or the southeast, and that this is what the plank on which Afenfe is founded, on justice and equity. And just a few days ago, there appeared to be a kind of divergence of views within the Afenfe leadership. Let me tell you the truth. If this our father actually know what he's doing to himself, he would have recanted immediately, because nobody will take him serious. In fact, he's going to be on the wrong side of the history from what he's saying now, what he's doing. And people will see him in Nigeria now, they will just look at it as money. This man had taken money. Youth will just see it, this man has eaten money. Yeah, whether he needs it or not, but integrity matters a lot. Look at this man. I think Tinubu's in desperation is just using this underhand tactics in most of the groups in Yoruba land. Like this Elono Omo Odua that is being headed by Professor Kintoye on this self-determination something. Yes. He has also penetrated. They were to hold meeting in Ibadan on 1st of this month, and this man came out clearly disclaiming that meeting, that he never authorized it, calling Yoruba people worldwide that he never authorized it, that Tinubu had penetrated into the politicians within the self-determination group to do what they are doing, that he disclaimed anything about that meeting. So if Tinubu is using this as tactics, then I want to say that all is just, in summary, act of desperation.
Act of desperation. We got you, Dr. Obidima Ruben Izu Jr.
Annie, I will give my analysis from a different front, because I'm of the opinion that these socio-cultural organizations indeed has no basis whatsoever to dabble into politics, because I don't think from the onset they were not set for that purpose. And I want to really borrow the words of Rivers State Governor lashing out on the army after the 2019 election. He said, if you want to play politics, take off your uniforms and come and play politics. Let's rub you the dirty mud.
Don't politicians wear dress?
Hold on.
It has to be dirty.
I know why I'm saying this. And during the period where the judiciary allowed themselves to be used by the politicians, they were robbed that dirty mud. Now, from the onset, I also spoke about the Ohaneze Ndigbo. When they started dabbling into politics, I expected that mud, no matter how little. You know, when a little thing that has a very stinking odor touches you, you don't have to be touched by enough. Even the little that touches you, when you move around, people tells you that what we are perceiving is wrong. I expected more of this. And now let me tell you one thing that we are doing wrong. I stand to be corrected once again. If the southern part of the country has a one-body socio-cultural organization, I don't think so. But the northerns have. Now, the northern elites are playing a better politics. I listen to them carefully.
Wanya. There's a mic in front of you.
I listen to them carefully. I'm a non-violent agitator.
No, it's the fact. I
chairman.
need to
I will
remind-
always speak
I
from
need to
that
remind
angle.
you
There's
that you
violence
are
in
not
his
violent.
voice.
There's violence in his voice. The violence in his voice.
I don't know. Sometimes when I sit back and I see the way we do things, I ask myself, they say, whatever that is worth doing is worth doing well. We are to go to Abuja to fight for our right as to be enshrined in the constitution. We went there to fight. The Northerners have a way of doing that thing. I listened to, what's his name, on national television, the chairman of the Northern Elders Forum, carefully, even when he was being forced to say something like Afenifere did, he did not take a position on behalf of the Northern Elders, haven't endorsed any presidential candidate, but they said they organized the summit to listen to them and go back and take a position. But here, we are fighting over who to endorse. That is even a section in the southern part of the country, southwest. Very soon, Ohanes Zendibo, southeast, will come. Very soon, Pandev, south will come. A house divided by itself cannot stand. I don't want to come by who is acting, who is not acting. See, Annie, from the beginning, I saw the end. When they endorsed Obi.
Very godlike.
Not on the
intentions.
religious or out of this realm of the world. That is spiritual. I'm still speaking within the periphery of natural. When it goes supernatural, then you talk of spiritual.
From the beginning, you saw the end.
Yeah. Physically, from the beginning, I saw the end.
All right.
As at that moment, when Obi was endorsed, I envisaged that Tinubu would be endorsed by another. I said it here. If you can remember, I made it my analysis on this ground. I wasn't expecting. To me, is a pre-ejaculation from the Afenifere group led by the acting. You saw what has happened. I said it. There is no basis. There is no basis for that. We are expecting, and I said it, and I used my own area to say the Engene eminent group cannot in any way force me as an individual of Engene to vote for anybody whosoever they have endorsed. I said it on that day here. Now what has happened? When I saw the elder statesman laying hands on Tinubu, I said, okay, this is the beginning, not the genesis, but the other beginning before Genesis. Because what he said, he said there will be another young group. What has happened to ASU will happen to Afenifere. There will be another. I'm telling you the truth. Trust Nigerians. When politicians are involved, if you allow the politicians to use you, they will use you and you will become a filthy rag. Those who have suffered the adverse effect from allowing, this is their period. They may not come to you after now, but you see this period. See, let me tell you, they say operate an open door policy, but indeed, when you see a bad market coming in, then immediately change to a closed door policy. But if you rest assured that you have gone into the farm,
suffer,
just a brief,
to show you how deep the suffering will be.
A brief addition.
Emmanuel, briefly.
You remember, President Buhari was jetting out of the nation for medical in London. He handed over to Sibajo. Senate confirmed that one. It's not like this one now. Sibajo was walking across the nation as the acting president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. He appointed Seifa to replace Daura. Good, thank you. Now, the substantive president returned and removed the Seifa and put Bichi. What does it show us about acting?
This man has, it's a different, this man has retired. You see, acting here is that I'm weak. I can't continue. And they said there's evidence that he has actually handed over.
But you heard it.
Now, before the next convention, act for me, which is also endorsed by the Congress of that Afenifere, until maybe the next convention, when formal election will be held. So that man cannot.
Okay.
I don't know the constitution of Afenifere, but if what Adebanjo is saying about no, it's not changing the mind. The Adebanjo is talking of the constitution of Afenifere. If by constitution of Afenifere,
he retired.
He had retired, and there's evidence, and he is cited till the next convention that man had no power, no right to come and take it. It's not a private thing.
You are talking about constitution. Politicians are doing their business with the people of this world. So that is the way it is.
If politicians are not doing it, the people of this world, if the people of the next world don't do it.
No, it's right.
Let's just take this one. Amotekun and others may transform into state police. This is what RMAFC is saying. Amotekun and others may transform into state police. RMAFC Chairman Revenue Mobilization Allocation and Fiscal Commission RMAFC Mohammed Shehu has said the establishment of Amotekun and other state security outfits may signal the beginning of state police in the country. Shehu said this during a courtesy visit to the Ondo State Security Outfit codenamed Amotekun Nakure. Speaking through the team leader of the Indices and Disbursement Committee of the Commission, Isiaq Hamid, the chairman lauded the Ondo State Governor Rotimi Akeredolu and other Southwest governors over the Amotekun initiative. He pointed out that the initiative was aimed at tackling insecurity and ensuring that peace continues. Maybe this will be the beginning of state police in Nigeria. We have seen commitment and real patriotism. We can see that Mr. Governor did not set up this security outfit as a joke. It is not cosmetic. We'll convey your message to our chairman who sent us, and we'll also ask that the state governor gives a certain percentage to Amotekun to access stabilization fund, and it's our prayer that same part of it goes to the core. Earlier, the state commander of Amotekun, Adetunji Adele, lauded the commission for the visit and its readiness to support the core. Now, this is what I'm looking at here. If establishments like this, Amotekun, Ebubago, I don't know what they have some in the north.
Neighborhood watch.
In the north.
Aside from, apart from Hizbah, I don't want to look at Hizbah because Hizbah was more of a religious entity. But if they set up one that is particularly to hunt down crime, Hizbah is not supposed to do that. It's according to religious issues. Now, if they have one of theirs, is that what will morph into state security? So the one that is vividly known is Amotekun. So let me stick with that. Amotekun with the structures, as it were. Is that the kind of state police we're looking for, asking for? Okay, so it's already existing, so let's just move them into state police, give them better equipment, and that's it. When we talk about state police, is that it?
You see, Annie, from language we learn something. If I heard you well, he said Amotekun and whatever others. Meh. Good. So,
I don't even want to look at his name, Manuel. I'm just on my own. I'm asking a question. Will state police, as we know it to be state police, can it morph out of groups like Amotekun?
Yes.
Okay.
At least as far as I believe. And the explanation is this. The state police is also supposed to be trained. Now they'll start picking the individuals and giving them training, not the kind of training that Amotekun may have, the underground training. No, put that aside. But physical training of combat and all that, not carrying them and going into a place hanging palm fronts and all that, and then having the offer whatever, and then conjuring a lot of things and then giving them power. If you shoot at this, it will enter. No, but this one will be practical government like police. Nigerian police.
So what will happen to that part? They'll shed it off. They'll say we're no more doing Ofo and
Ofonogu.
Are
we not doing Ofonogu again?
We're not doing Ofonogu again. We're holding, but the Ofonogu is what gave them the powers that people feel threatened about.
Exactly.
No, this is state affair. If you think that Ofonogu may not still be given to people like that are state police, there may be a branch of them that will still be on that cultural lane. But they can transform, because if you start going, I think that man reasoned well in saying this. If you start going to invite other people to come for all such training, time will be going, especially with the way we keep on entering into insecurity day by day. So I believe Ebubago, all of them can be taken. But my problem with Ebubago is that it exists in them. We've not seen it functioning, all that. But for Amotekun, it's functional. They can transform from Amotekun to state police.
Okay. Is that what you agree to, Arajiku Polobona?
You see, Annie, we don't know, we are still ignorant of the crisis we are facing in this country. And if you want to experience the crisis, please try to travel by road to Abuja. First is that from Port Harcourt, the bus drivers will divert, follow the rural villages of Echie, divert into rural Ngwa communities, come out at the Port Harcourt-Aba Expressway, head towards Enugu. From Enugu, you divert again, disappear into the villages of Enugu, then into the villages of Kogi State. You come again at Lokoja, and you go. And when you move across,
you declined that route.
if you want to, there was a place. There is a how you can move from Ubola for you enter into Nasarawa and enter Abuja. And if you go through the road, for every inch that is for every throttle a driver makes, you get a group of people who are wearing all sorts of charms, all sorts of weapons, all sorts of hot drink, chicken or whatever feathers, and looking strange from Port Harcourt here to Abuja. Now, if you dive into Ebonyi State, you see, you enter a community, practically everybody is wearing weapons, is bearing weapons. Practically every young man you see is bearing weapons. People are blocking. You know, when I tell people that the police is a reflection of our society, it's not as if anything is bad with the policeman, because the policemen were people like me recruited into the police. So now, police will not even mount checkpoints. Boys will mount their own checkpoints under the security outfit. In fact, in all these places I said, police will not even mount the usual checkpoint they mount again to call. No, they chase them away. They will mount the checkpoint and collect the money. Now, when you look at this structure and formation, and these are the people we are intending or proposing will transform into the police, because often what the politicians did was to gather all the criminals, that is their own security policy, and put them into this, and what they do is to listen to the voice of the commander, who takes direct instruction from the political authority in that zone. In fact, it happened that in a particular place, I know, the local government chairman formed his own security outfit. The state government have their own security outfit. Each person bought weapons for his own group. Now, the question I'm asking, let's assume a new government comes into town and doesn't, because for a new government to come into, it's either inherits the old one, or it will employ his own that will be loyal to him. Now, so what happens to the weapons? Let's not bother about that. Now, I was in a place and I said I was looking for somebody. Somebody told me, "Okay, you don't need to look. Just tell me the person. I go match him. Come here where you dey." So I said I don't want to match him. I just want to see him. So, guy, you don't need tell him make I go match him. I said, how will you match him? Moving it. I said, I go point and go and say, make him enter this bike. Follow me. I go carry and come here, come drop for you. I said, that's how you do it. So I said, what if he refuse? I said, I go receive, no be gun why I carry so. I said, so what will you do with the gun? I go bring him. I go use the gun, bring. I say, how? Now, so.
You were asking many questions.
Yeah, so if
too many questions.
So if I wanted.
I showed you gun.
So if I, so you see the authority, a young man knows that I go match him, come. I go match him. See the language, match him. If it is the police now,
will know that.
If it is the police now, I will know what to do with a policeman who go and do match him.
Yeah, match him.
I know what I will do to the policeman. But for an Ebubago Moto who did match him, what will I do to him as a lawyer? Number one, many of them doesn't have identity. A policeman, I will know where you are coming from. I know your station. If you run, I know your DPO. I know the CP I can rely on. If he runs out, the DPO will produce him, or the CP will be asked to produce your men. Who do you try to produce a young man who has no identity, who has no records, who is carrying gun and doing matcham on the street and listening to one voice? Catch him. Do this and do that. So, I think the idea of state police was that we should create an institution, of institution that will be trained to work within a formal sector. Do you understand me? That will be a creation of law.
Highly intelligent.
Highly intelligent, that will carry out intelligence, these things. Even we should even de-emphasize police with weapons and de-emphasize them with intelligence work. It is in this my lifetime I started seeing, as a child, we didn't see police with weapons. Growing up in the 80s, I didn't see
The crime has evolved.
It was with that in that police.
Crime has evolved from that period.
Crime evolved too because we continuously failed in our policy to engage people, and therefore people took to themselves. They have to survive, so they have to survive on the system. So when you say what we have now, the militia, what I call it is the militia. The militia that has been created across the country, including those who created themselves. The communities have their own militias. So
yes,
communities have their own militia. The militia we have now is only preparing us, or can only be useful in the kind of Liberian situation when the state collapse, or Sierra Leonean situation when the state collapse. That is why these characters, in a situation where there is a civil war, there is a ragtag army fighting, there is a government army exchanging fire, there is a militia at home guiding the home front, being recruited into the front by the warlords. That is the kind of scenario we have created, as if we are preparing that the system will cave in from the middle. But this thing we have now, let nobody make it will be an abuse, an insult to those who brought the idea of state police, that you should associate them with state. They are militias created by politicians, and their duty is coming. Their duty will start any moment from January next year, from December to January. In fact, the campaigns have started, so they have started their duty. So you find out where a politician says, don't campaign, nobody should use any government facility to campaign. Don't campaign here. In my village market, I shouldn't go there to campaign. So when I go to campaign there, you tell police, go and disrupt Arochukwu campaign in community primary school there. And the police tells you, for instance, but they have the right to campaign because I may sue the police for fundamental right. What else will the person do? He will give a note to the militia. The militia will come. In fact, a particular militia member told me that there were the people who did a particular election. I said, how do you do it? He said that they told members of the opposition party to leave the election ground.
And that's it.
And then when they refused to move, he was ordered to open fire. And because the man was his brother, he felt that let him just, because the man has helped him in the past, let him just tell him. And when he told the man to leave, the man refused to leave. He know that the cap the man was wearing will end up on his own head any moment from now. And by the time he gave the man 2 slaps, the man left his cap. The man who left his cap is a member of House of Assembly in the state. Left his cap and his shoe, and he was wearing the cap pursuing the man. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? So you see what they have. You see their job.
I get your point. Let me get to Opitima. State police. Are we looking at Amoteko, Ebubago, and the likes, neighborhood watch, them filling in that role, that slowly evolve into state police? Slowly or quickly.
So far, with what I've seen so far, I want to take out Amoteko from the rest, because Amoteko is a creation of all the.
They're all created by laws. Ebubago too.
No. I mean, I'm not talking of law now.
Okay.
All the tendencies within that region coming together. Want to agree?
Ebubago too did. It was Southeast.
Let me finish.
No, I'm just trying to. As you're saying, I'm just showing you the ones
that of Ebubago is just the governors. Haneze was not involved in it. It's just the governors that assembled all these security chiefs that are not even from the region and met in Imo State government house and agreed on the. And that of Amoteko is still both the different
traditional
groups,
structures,
different groups and political parties, not minding issue of party leaning and all those things came together. And it took them time. They properly defined what they want and the operational modus operandi of this group. And so far, we have not been hearing complaint of Amoteko personnel being used as an instrument against political opponents in the Southwest. They have been focused to a large extent in their core mandate. Unlike what we are hearing from the Southeast, even in Ebonyi, particularly how the governor using Ebubago to terrorize his political opponents. So, but the issue of transforming to state police, that is what a nation that really come to dialogue, discuss, come together, form technical committees and all those things to do a study about this thing, come out with a report, and that report is seen. Anybody who can make input and remove wherever there is not this thing, It's not just say, look, state police and the state begin to fund their police. No. In as much as state police is concerned, there must be a kind of layers of supervision. Whether you are state police, the commissioner, I have always said it, that the commissioner of that police in your state must also be answerable on certain issues of infractions to the Inspector General of Police of this country, so that the impunity that may be witnessed could be abated, or at best regional policing where the inspector of that police in that region will be somewhere overseeing the rest, so that they cannot be the man will not be under the influence of a particular governor within that zone. So these things are issues of discussion, not this neighborhood watch where he just recruit people from PDP only. He made them neighborhood watch people. He just recruit people from APC only. You know, but that of Amotoku, there's no party in the Southwest complaining that their members
were sidelined
or whatever. They recruited from either APC members, and this is what we want this kind of group to transform to, where recruitment is not based on one. Yes, like what Arochukwu said, the criminals they have created in the society are now pushing them into that distance, into that outfit. Right. We want people, we want recruitment that will be done, and the people shall be trained in the modern art of policing, and they also laws establishing them will make it clear that look, whatever you commit in the course of actions and it is wrong, you must be subjected to the law. When we were growing up, you see what we were fearing that time, if you see somebody on police uniform or army uniform without gun, you are afraid. That uniform is a symbol of authority.
Terror.
It's a symbol of authority and you are respecting. But today, the only thing you can see in a policeman or military man now and fear is gone. AK-47, it's not the uniform. And because that's how the society has also transformed. The society has created terror within the citizens, and the citizens now no more see ordinary uniform, but they see, and how can they now act against those kind of uniform? It's like, let me also carry my own. Right. So the problem is something that we have to dialogue, we have to sit down on a round table and do something good for our society.
Got your thoughts, Dr. Bitima. Ruben Izu Jr.
Annie, to your question, I will give a yes and no, because yes, the Amoteco that was actually used as a role model kind of to other local security outfit have actually been properly established, and to the best of my knowledge and to so many, they have actually lived up to expectation to that which they have been established. Now, when you talk about state police, like some of us have spoken here in respect to the subject matter, you know that they say desperate time requires for a desperate action, and the desperate time and the action varies depending on what you are facing that resulted to your desperate time. What is happening in the street of Soweto and in the street of Pretoria in South Africa is quite different from what is happening in the street of Abuja, the street of Port Harcourt, the street of Lagos, and any other part. Now, the measures which will also be as a result of what you want to do to mitigate these crimes that are happening in the society will now become what we are discussing here now. Now, to be very much honest, there is no other way a state police can be established much more different than how Amoteco has been established, other than laws that will be actually backed up from the federal down to the state, and then how they are recruited, profiled. Because to the best of my knowledge, I stand to be corrected. State police are not those who are to make up state police are not supposed to be from another states. Indigenes, that is the idea, who knows the terrain so that they can operate optimally. So to the best of my knowledge, the Amotekun and Co, in as much as they are not being properly constituted, just like what the last speaker have just been just like what the last speaker have said, and the modus operandi differs. Now, at the end of the day, if we agree that there is a state police approved constitutionally, what we will see is the same way Amotekun was established will still happen. Now, if they agree for a regional like Amotekun is, then the governors of that region comes together, engagement will take place, and at the end of the day, the laws from the state to the National Assembly to the president will back them up, and also how they are going to operate in this format. They are not supposed to report to any state governor. They will be under the tutelage of the police commissioner. They are not supposed to take any role that this like it is done in the Western world. You see the New York Police Department, when once there is a crime on the eyes of the law that the state police can handle, they handle. But when it has gotten or degenerated to an extent, you see the FBI or a federal police agency coming in and letting you know that we are taking up from here. You see the synergy that is there. These are the things that comes and brings about state police. Now, when some of us say we are not matured enough for this thing, is exactly the question you just asked. Because like he also said, how widely accepted the Amotekun is in the southwest, it's not how widely accepted the ESN or Ebubago is over here. Not as much as you knew in the 2019 when the neighborhood watch idea came all about. You saw how politicized it made the time. Now, I've made mention of the state police, as we have also said. This is what I am of the opinion of. Now, if we are deciding that the state police is to hold, to be frank, I must tell you, the Amotekun is indeed, I use my own word carefully, they are role models. I stand to be corrected from the existence of Amotekun till this moment. I stand to be corrected. No opposition party has made mention wrongly how Amotekun has abused the little laws that establish them. None. I stand to be corrected. Amotekun, to the best of my knowledge, have achieved. They have achieved to a large extent that reason that actually gave the southwesterners the reason to establish Amotekun. Now, if for any reason you decide to advance them, to elevate them, if in the existence of Amotekun today the law provides that, oh, Nigeria have accepted the state police, I am not sure if the southeasterners will disband Amotekun. I'm not sure of other areas that have regional or whatever this thing. But for Amotekun, like I love his statement, he will hold brief for Amotekun, speaking based on their performance, but not to others. If there is any reason, like I said again, that state police has been permitted by our law today, I think there is just a little finishing touch that will be done on Amotekun for them to transgress to that of a state police.
All right, then.
But for other regions, it's going to be very, very difficult.
Okay. First of all, I thought that when we were speaking about the idea of state police, that local governments will, have some form of formations too. That the state police will not, because we didn't want it to be a body that state governments can just use SOMO to. I'm the one that put this person in place here as head of state police, so I can tell them to do what I want. But that if you have the involvement of local governments, it forms a structure that is more formidable, and that cannot be used just by one person who has access to power. That's what I thought when we were speaking about state police one. And I don't think that is what we had when we were doing Amotekun or ESN, or actually it's Ebubago, not ESN.
Yeah.
And any of, even neighborhood watch too.
Or SPAC.
Hold on, I've not finished. That's one thing. And two, that in the recruitment of these persons into these positions, what was vital for the people who were doing the recruitment then was their ability to stare violence in the face and deal with it. So you had to look for somebody who had a history of violence, perhaps, or you had someone who says, look, I can deal with it. Maybe I know, what's that thing you said about Ofo?
Andogo.
Afo and Dogo, who said, look, me, Ofo and Adogo are 5 and 6, and then you brought them on board. At least that I know very much for OSPAC, because I see OSPAC officers every now and then I've spoken to a couple of them, and they have to go through some of these initiations to get that backing. Now, this is what they did in recruiting the ones they have for this local vigilante services that are now covering for regions or for states. And I thought that for state police, we wanted to have a state police that will perhaps do better than what we saw with the federal police.
Exactly.
Our assumption is federal police has failed.
Yes.
And if we had a small, tightly knit police, we would get the best of the best to be members of this police force, the watchdog of society. You want to make sure that they are exemplary members of society, the ones who are unbending, unflinching. Not the ones who tomorrow, if you've done a crime and you say, Oga, no carry me, go station, see 20,000 there. I know Oga Sule, go do this one. And then you stop halfway, they'll drop you, you go off. You want the ones who are able to say, this is what the law says, I will stick with it. You don't want somebody who's just going to mimic the federal police character as a state police. And if the yardstick was going to be, let's just take local people from Rumekini, so you qualify. And then you're not looking at other things. In Rumekini, did you go to school? How intelligent are you? Do you understand what it means when somebody does? Isn't there supposed to be some sort of examinations that you pass that is not just physical, I can jump up a tree and come down, but examinations that you write that has intelligent questions, they understand your reasoning, your capacity to deal with certain things? Because if we're not looking for intelligence when we're talking about security and all, and I'm not taking away the fact when he said, look, maybe if there might be an office or a department that has Ofona, whatever, you can Ofona Ogu, maybe we can have a department that does that. I don't want to take away African culture.
Very essential.
Very essential, my brother. If you believe that can maybe part of the uniform will be that there's one feather on the cap.
Exactly.
I mean, go ahead.
I was looking at your own. I was seeing one.
No, I don't have a feather on the head. But what will be important will be, for me, I don't think that we want to take away the place of intelligence and education when it comes to creating any form of security that we want to own now as state police. For me, we're just mimicking what we have at the federal level when we say Amoteco and the rest should just move on and become state police structures as we have. I think we're missing the point with that if we say, they can metamorphose into state police.
I think they are not missing the point, Annie. See, they will transform in that way.
How? You've already done I've told you the reasons why you hired these people.
Yes. Now,
and it had nothing to do particularly with intelligence or educational levels.
Yes. You see, I was in a bus from Aba Park, and I think the police finally overtook us about Leme Junction. They started chasing that boy. The way the boy was running, he dazzled his skills and drove us to that place until finally, because they used this big motorcycle, and that one left other vans and all that and crossed and blocked us. We came down, went, and they carried that boy. Do you know that the boy, I don't know what they said he did, that he beat up somebody and all that, and they flagged him down. He didn't listen. So he became a police officer, that particular boy, just because he showcased his skills in driving. Some of them, because the person is so powerful in physical action, they'll take him. That is the way. If they transform Amoteco, you see, all these things you gave are details. They will be made, but for now, if they transform, it will be work in progress.
No, I'm not agreeing here, because you're making that like the rule. Meanwhile, for me, that's the exception to the rule. The rule will be
it's part of the thing.
It's exception to the rule. The rule will be intelligence and education.
They will go through that.
And No, Emmanuel, you've already had them there. They are there already.
That's why
you
I
can't go
said-
back later and say, now we want to check. You've been in Amoteku for the last 2 years, but we want to see your intelligence. And the only intelligence he has is how to load an AK-47.
No, see,
and then how to stay in the bush for 2 hours. He knows when the footsteps of something is coming. That one is lion. That one is... Maybe that's his intelligence. And I'm not downplaying that here because you might need it.
Yeah.
But I'm saying that there's a level of intelligence where you want with societal interaction.
Yeah.
How crime can grow. What these are the things I would expect that you want your police officers to have
modern
firsthand.
education, the modern education may come in later.
You start teaching them
You'll be
after you
picking
got them.
one after some, maybe number of them.
That's what I'm saying. They
Come
are
for
not they
training.
can't metamorphose into
Come for
it.
training.
You can have the ones who are already here, take them into the police. The ones from Ibagu or Amoteku that you want, you can remove one, but not the whole body as it is.
No, they
you
will-
move
no,
them.
no.
The issue, Annie, the
That's
issue.
what we're talking about now. He says this, as I've seen Amoteku, so that they can become state police.
No,
and I'm saying, so you
no,
see Amoteku as
Annie,
it is, so
the-
moto.
the-
Lift them up and say become state police.
What we have now, I don't know the details about Amotekun, but you see, the politicians designed these things to respond to their own kind of politics. I say I've been on the road. I've seen and interacted with them. Do you understand? The idea is that they for instance, now they cannot recruit me because I don't possess the kind of thing they want. They want young men who can do violence. They packed them up and can use them for multiple purposes.
Because I mean, I saw pictures of Amoteku in the first instance. Then, that time when they first hired them, there was a lot of carries and stuff. And then we heard interviews of some
That's
of them,
what made them
and some
Amoteku.
are saying that they don't even need guns; that they'll just wave some things in the air and then they're okay.
I'm telling you. So these are what this
Sometimes
character.
you rely on
That is what the that is what the politicians are doing. And when you gather these elements, you say you make. They are okay. What is their structure of operation? What is their nature of intelligence? What is when you look at in terms of structure, in terms of formation, you have not encountered this characters.
I mean, it's just like when you meet the Nigerian police officer who is well read and speaks smartly. You naturally will be impressed.
Of course.
You'll be like, and I'm saying that shouldn't be the norm. We should meet more smart, impressive people in the force.
Eventually emerge, Annie.
Emmanuel,
and again, this
no,
other
they will not
angle.
eventually
You see,
emerge.
The way they eventually emerge in the police.
Yes, they will not eventually emerge. We want the ones that are emerging. Lord have mercy.
And in this other side, you talk about corruption that we are seeing in the federal police. The state police will also be immersed in it. It cannot change so long as
And
it's
that
in
is why
Nigeria.
I'm saying that you should take your time in the kind of recruitment you do. If you
First,
did that, because within the society, there's still people who have better
I
character
hope
than
they
the
will
others.
do.
That's what
I
you should
hope.
look out for.
Annie,
yes.
in a better climb, let's
in this
x-ray-
climb.
No, I want to give you an example so that you, based on what you have said, even in a better climb, where all the better standards are being followed to recruit. Let me just narrow it down. Case study in the UK or in the US. Haven't you seen those who, when they recruit with this standard you just gave, finding it difficult, even in the Western world, to communicate properly? I'm just always saying this.
I don't know
that you
about communicating properly, but when you said that some of these elements are still found committing crime,
Yeah,
yes, obviously,
yeah.
you have cases where
that's what I wanted to say.
no, like I said, there is always an exception, but not when for us here the reverse here, and the exception to it is that you have somebody who is intelligent, you have someone who is smart.
No.
Meanwhile, the entire crop is made up of people who are criminals.
Now, just like in the civil service system, they employ non-academic and academic staffs. As you are upgrading yourself certificate-wise, you now have to go for a PGD and go for other calls for you to come to the classroom.
That's why I say it's work
That's
in
why I
progress.
said earlier, if there was any law permitting the state police, don't get me wrong, if for any reason the extent at which Amotekun has, I'm not saying they cannot be disbanded entirely for a new structure or whatever. What I'm saying is, if for a little they have achieved, if peradventure they now say, oh, there is a law today now that permits state police. If out of 100% Amotekun personnel that have been recruited, with this your standard, they now begin to interview each and every one of them, and at the end of the day, they found out that with your criteria,
And the fact that there's only
20
or
merit,
three, only
no, hold
three.
on, 20.
Let's put it at 3.
Okay, 3 merit seat. in all ramification, and they're already in Amoteku, will you advance them or you drop them?
You take the 3, now the rest
That's
are not
what
good.
I'm saying.
Now, does that mean that Amoteku has metamorphosed into the state police?
No. With the metamorphosing, it's not like, oh, you are taking
That's
Amoteku.
the point. That's what I'm saying. The number of people within that group. The number of people within that group, you have a higher percentage that will not move to state police. They cannot.
Yes.
So don't worry, you're not.
I mean,
Let's move on. Let's move on. It's 11:30.
I'm concurring with
No, yeah, I know. Let's move on. 11:30. There's this one story though. I want to open the phone lines, but let's take that story. It has to do with River State and what is the morning show without something that's got to do with River State. And then you have here, oh Lord, yes, there you have it. Rivers releases 78 billion naira for completion of project awards, and then of projects and awards new ones. That's for River State. We're doing greatly. Okay, let me get that story open. It says here that the River State Executive Council has approved 778 billion naira for the completion of various ongoing projects across the sectors and the flag off of new ones. The approval was given at its meeting presided over by Governor Nyesom Wike at the Government House in Port Harcourt yesterday. Briefing journalists after the meeting, Commissioner for Finance, Budget and Planning, Dr. Isaac Kamalu, said the approval was made to ensure the ongoing projects are not left uncompleted by the contractors for lack of funds. The River State government has released a sum of 78 billion naira for payments of ongoing projects and flag off of new projects across all the local government areas in the state. Again, the government has specifically released a sum of 1.8 billion naira, representing 80% of the capital provisions for the judiciary in the 2022 budget for the services of the River State Judiciary. Also speaking, Commissioner for Health, Professor Princeville Chike, said the Ministry of Health is not left out among the ministries to benefit from the release of the funds. According to him, the Dr. Peter Odili Cancer and Cardiovascular Disease Diagnostics and Treatment Center, which has been completed, has the contractor fully paid. You remember in June last year, 26 billion was earmarked for that contract. It's been completed, well furnished, with the most modern medical equipment for the attack of different types of cancers. And the other thing that the health sector benefited is the River State University Teaching Hospital, where we have basic clinical faculty and the clinical faculty, as well as the renal and dialysis center and the house officers' quarters, which has also been completed and will be commissioned. Chike also said that there are ongoing projects being funded by the state government, and they include the Kelsey Harrison Hospital, which is at an advanced stage, as well as the Dental and Maxillofacial Hospital in Port Harcourt, all of which are at advanced stages of completion and also furnished. On his part, the Commissioner for Special Projects, Dema Iyala, said the ministry has its memo presented to the council, approved and also ratified the sale of the remodeled Riv Bank Insurance Building. Currently, the building is known as Senator John Azota Mbata House. Access Bank offered to buy the building for 3.8 billion naira. It cost us 2.8 billion to remodel it. The essence of the sale of this building, Access Bank promised that they are going to make it their regional office, which means they will create employment and impact positively on the economic activities within Port Harcourt. Iyala also listed other projects to benefit from the released funds, to include the sand filling and reclamation of 20 hectares of land in Ogu Town. According to him, the fund will also serve for the completion of the University of Port Harcourt Convocation Arena, Ataba Secondary School reconstruction and furnishing, River State University staff quarters buildings at Ahoda, Iche, Emoha, and main campuses. Other projects are completion of 13.8 kilometer Rumo Dogu 1 and 2 roads, Wojia Leta Lesa Refinery Road, Hostel A and B, and the auditorium at Yenogoa campus of the Nigerian Law School, Justice Mary Odili Judicial Institute, Federal Judicial Service Commission Liaison Office Building, South in Port Harcourt. The Commissioner for Education, Professor Chinedu Mom, also addressed journalists, saying projects under his ministry will also benefit. They include Government Secondary School Eneka, Government Secondary School Emoha, and Government Secondary School Imago at Obuodo local government. Other projects include the Kalabari High School Bugoma, Kalabari National College KNC Bugoma, the external works and furnishing of Western Ahoda High School Government Secondary School Ogu, that is 90% complete, and the Community Secondary School Okoro Nordu, that is 60% complete. Commissioner for Works, Dr. George Kelly Alabo, said the council awarded new contracts and approved payment for ongoing projects. The projects spread across local government areas, senatorial districts of the state, some of which were approved today by council and some were ratified. Council approved construction of 8.168 kilometer Abua Emo Iyak. I don't know where is Iyak?
Why are you looking at
Iyak Igom, you know those areas. Iyak Igom, Emoha Egbolom Access Road. The 9.2 Ekaho Oboloma Adada Link Road in Obuodo local government area. George Kelly explained that some other new road projects include the Alode One Road, Agbonicha Ogale Ebebu East-West Road, Alode International Roads in Eleme Council, Eneka Roundabout, Igbo Iche Link Road in Obiakpo, Iche Councils, and Elele Omoku Link Roads, Elele Internal Roads, Elekaya Internal Roads, among others. This is what the Commissioner of Works, Surin, stated, that the resolve of Governor Wike's administration was not to abandon any project it started. Further disclosed that the council has approved payment of the ongoing Ahoda Omoko dualization project, Okochiri Internal Roads, Ogoni Andoni Unity Road, Chokocho Igbodo Road, Flyover 11 and 12, and the dualization of Bori Corner Road and several others. And then he also appointed 7,000 justices of peace. Is that your JP?
Yeah.
So you have fellow JPs?
You have not added some to you.
Dr. Obijima, your colleagues are growing. 7,000 will join you as JP.
No remuneration.
So you are going.
But just be JP. Also speaking, Commissioner for Information Chris Finebone said Governor Wike approved the appointment of 7,000 justices of peace to help ensure the prevalence of peace, law, and order within their jurisdiction. Is that what you do? Do you ensure peace and order in your jurisdiction?
I know one who does that.
You should come to me after now.
In any which case, 78 billion naira has been released by the government of the day here in River State for the completion of ongoing projects and the commencement of new ones. The tenure is not long, but the governor has continually promised that none of his projects will be left unfinished by the time he wraps up in May. Emmanuel.
Well, Annie, that would be good. Indeed, if
and there's a whole lot of it. I mean,
yes,
mentioned a whole lot.
You see, I want to judge him when he finally finishes, and there is no project he left uncompleted. Then I will say yes, Governor Wike has spoken, and then did exactly what
talk and do.
Yes, and I think that's what they call him now, talk and do governor. But I think this particular one will show Emmanuel Ndukwe that he is like that because it's hardly feats achieved by governors. So if he can do it, that would be very nice. But I tell you, for me, I think it's good indeed he has released funds. If this is as written, he's released them. So it's not a matter of saying any contractor will come and say, no, I was not paid fully. That's why I left this one. I couldn't have used my personal money. So I think he should be thanked for doing so. But let it be that those who will send that full soldiers to execute this will do exactly as he has stated.
Well, it's a welcome development. I'm happy. These projects. In fact, I was excited when I heard how the projects cut across various local government and states. So I pray. My prayer is that these projects are completed and that the contractors should please do quality work. They should do quality work so that the projects will last in those places. Because when you do a job and next year the next government is we are going backwards and not going forward. So let the government ensure. Since I even heard something like that, they want to pay the contractors completely and totally. And I know Governor Wike, if he gives you money, definitely you will do the job. So if you are giving money, please respect yourself and do not just do the job. Do quality work and complete it on time so that the governor will commission all of them. It will be good if he has such a legacy.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's widespread. So the schools, the hospitals, and then the roads. All right, so let me get to you, Obitima.
Well,
JP.
I'm a citizen of this state.
Yes.
I'm a senior citizen indeed.
In addition to
I'm not as excited as
This
Uma and
are they not senior citizens?
No, they are residents.
Living in Nigeria.
No. So why I'm not excited, I expected that by now what we should be hearing is how to grow food in this state. So upon all these billions and projects, nothing for agriculture, nothing for manufacturing, even the garri processing plant, we have not had how many metric tons of garri that have been processed since the commissioning. You know, the areas that can create employment. And if you are traveling from, navigate from here now through Eche, that you are going to Imo State, and see the green land, vast land, that will employ huge number of our youth in agricultural project, lying fallow. Is there no thing about say, look, let us go and revive the poultry farm in Elimbu that can take over 5,000 workers, and the hatchery farm at Atale? No project, nothing going to, we are talking of road that within 3-4 years you begin to see huge potholes. Even the one they are talking about Eneka roundabout now to Igboeche. If you don't do, in fact that will be a useless project if you don't dualize from that roundabout through Rumunduru, Elohani to East West Road. Because that was the original concept of Amechi administration, dualizing it from Atalari. That Amechi stopped at East West Road. And that is to continue to Igboeche, and now it's not going to be cut off from Eneka roundabout to Igboeche, and that will punish in terms of traffic and all those things. We really inconvenience those within the Rumunduru Elohani axis, and because the road is narrow in these two communities leading to Eneka. I don't know whether they really do proper study. They get professionals to give them advice before they award these contracts, and even the processes. Are they following the due process? So, I'm not excited. Yeah, thank God for the one they have done and commissioned. Because after doing all this thing and commissioning them, nobody will work in those places. And we still have high unemployment rate in the state. The only thing that will happen during construction is to create what they call them, liaison officers or what, community, whatever, and that one will just supervise the boys that will carry sand and all those things. After that 6 months or 1 year or 9 months or 10 months completion of that project, no employment again. The road cannot employ anybody. So I am calling on the governor to have a rethink and set up at least 3 farm settlements, mechanized, empowered, youth trained, women trained, and go into this area. The regenerative profit on such investment will be huge, and people will continue to work there.
All right then. Okay, we got your thoughts, Ruben Izu, quickly.
I want to quickly thank the governor for all that he has done, and for his promise so far that he will not abandon any project before his tenure will wind up. Roughly 6 months plus, if I should say, to be in office. He has awarded 78 billion to ensure that already existing projects will be completed and more other new projects. But however, I am very much not okay when I listen keenly to the projects that are to be awarded or to be completed, reeled out by the Commissioner for Special Duties and that of the Commissioner for Works. I found out that Ahoda West, to be frank, not really captured in it. As we speak right now, the Okaki government school project is abandoned. the Imbiama Okaki Agbo Road is not also. I was listening keenly to schools that are to be completed. That of Okaki was not mentioned there. I listened to road that are to be completed. That of that road also in Ahoda West was not also captured in it. Now, to the best of my knowledge, there are so many. We are expecting, to be frank, that the first lady is from our own local government, and the only commissioning, the project that have been commissioned so far in the entire local government is the Just Road that links the first lady's community and internal roads. There are so many, and the Ahoda West is multi-versatile, if I should say. We have the Engenes, we have the Ubie, and we have the Igbudias. There is no project so far instigated by this current administration in the Igbudia axis. We have one of the regions in that area.
But he can't certainly have done
No,
all.
I'm not saying all, but I am seeing a situation whereby some areas that already have one, having two. Some areas are already having two, having three. Whereas there are areas you have not touched. Now I'm telling you, one of the
he
areas.
He has to leave areas for the next government.
One of the that's why I'm saying.
The next
you
government
have Annie, you have
the next
one.
Government will.
You have one.
It
I've
doesn't
not
matter.
gotten.
Let those ones have
They
four.
are giving you two.
The next
I've not
government
gotten.
that come will give you one.
That's not equity. That's in the face and idea of equity. That's not equity. The Odiobo axis of the Ekpe axis of Ahoda West, they are one of the largest plantain and banana producing communities. Autonomous community, they have no access road. The Enito road of the East-West road is also abandoned by the previous administration. We are talking about the road to from Okobe down to Ubie axis of the Ubeta. There is no road there. These are government projects. I am expecting to be. I'm not being sentimental. I am saying that we appreciate the governor for the job done so far, but we are expecting that on a norm where equity lies, there are some projects we are expecting that would have been mentioned there that would have been cited either in the UBA or in the Igudia Axis or in the Ngene, like the uncompleted one I've told you. The Okaki Imbiama Road is not mentioned among the roads to be completed. The Okaki Secondary School is not mentioned.
All right.
So in as much as we are thanking, we are still asking, let these ones be done and others instigated in other areas of the local government.
And they should also pay bursary.
Okay. All right. We got your thoughts. Let's go. Let's move on. Okay. Just a moment. I'm going to open the phone lines and take some text messages in because of time now. I'll rush through that. 08109510951 or 081700000951. Those are the numbers for you to dial to get through to us. Somebody's asking, can I watch live? Yes, you can. You can go to our YouTube channel, Today 95.1 FM on YouTube, and then you can watch us there. Greetings to you all on Rotimi Fasan's kindergarten view on PMB's performance in the last 7 years. I think the obsession to abuse PMB and to obliterate the undisputable achievements of this administration has kept some people blind in the eyes and in the mind. If not so, in 16 years, PDP could not complete one project nor engage in meaningful programs to engineer economic development in the southeast. But in less than 8 years of PMB in power, he has built a medical diagnostic center in Umahia, electrified over 4,000 shops in Araria market to boost local production, reconstructed section 1 and 11 of Arochukwu Road, completed the Adada Dam in Enugu, completed the Amazuri Earth Dam in Imo State, completed the Nyishi Regional Water Supply Project in Imo State, also completed the Ofeme Water Supply Project in Abia State, completed Uburu Water Supply Scheme in Ebonyi State, constructed the Iyala Olu Umuduru Road section in Anambra State, rehabilitated the Oba Inewi Okigwe Road section 2 in Anambra and Imo State's border, Ibinta Okigwe Road, constructed Osewaka Bridge in Anambra State. Despite these projects and many more which were built but are now there for the people in the southeast, yet many people still tag PMB's administration a disaster. Indeed, now I understand why Ged said 16 was greater than 19. Emi Fiahaga, you sent this in. I think I can understand why people will say that, Emi Fiahaga. It's just the same way now. Somebody said, oh, with the road construction and the hospitals that this administration has done, they've ignored agriculture. People are hungry. And really, if people are hungry and money is not in the pocket, you could build all the beautiful things and they'll still feel you've done nothing. So maybe if the people around this area are still very hungry, they won't see that as anything at all. Well, Emmy, you send that in. Thank you. Hi, Annie.
Niger Bridge, you didn't mention that.
Hi, okay. Hi, Annie. Okay, yeah, Lubish today. Hi, Annie and the guest. My name is Lubish Amotekun et al. To be transformed into a long-awaited regional and state police. Wow, what is our Nigeria really turning into? Whilst we bemoan the character, personality, and educational background of the already existing police structure, we now want to resort to recycling janjaweed of youths to man our state borders. Please, can any of us there in the studio enlighten me on what happened to the thousands of graduates that our tertiary institutions churn out every year, rather than trying to standardize our already deplorable political architecture with young and intelligent graduates who are looking in the direction of miscreants and ex-convicts. Nothing we no go here for this our Niger. All right, Lubish, thank you for that. Annie, good morning. Please, I'm asking, what sin has Ndoki committed against Yeson Wiki that he cares nothing about us? We'll ask him. I'm sure there must be something grave you guys did. Annie, any day you bring out a Ferry issue. Okay, I'll tell him. So he says, Emmanuel, Aisha is not a model for a good wife. How can you say she's not a model for a good wife?
He heard what I said if you listen to us.
They're not finding that funny. How can you say, what's his opinion now? He said for him, that is not a yardstick for a good wife.
Yes. And I
You might not, yes, you might not agree to it, but maybe if you're convinced, you can convince him.
Of course.
That's what you need, actually. Not to just say, oh, how can he say that? He said it. What do you say? This says the 78 billion naira release will be used for election. The governor is doing the more you look, the less you see. Acho Omodu, you send that in. Thank you, Acho. This text message here says, all right, let me get to the phone lines and I'll come to the text messages. 0810951091 or 0817000951. Ruben, may God bless you. Obunikem from Ahoda West, you send that in. Good morning, Annie and the guests in the studio. The establishment of Amotekun or local security outfits in all the regions of the country cannot in any way be better when they are transformed into state police. This is sent in by the Noble UD. The Noble UD, you send that. What Wike is saying is what Amechi was saying 1 month to the end of his tenure, that he won't leave projects uncompleted, which he knows was impossible. Governor Wike again. Annie and Ima, state police will do more harm than good. It is expected to than the good it's expected to do. More 80% of the recruits will be cultists. Under PDP government, it will be PDP police. Under APC government, it will be APC police. 5.5 billion naira. Another bogus manufactured allegations by Wike would have been denied and responded to with unbelievable facts. Since 2015, no allegation made by Wike has been proven to be true. I always say it's only in the nation where there are no other men. Okay. Annie, on this state police discussion, you are spot on. Education, intelligence, and sound evidence of character should be the yardstick. Mr. Undukwe is talking about muscle men and acrobats. It should only complement, but not be the main consideration. Wala Kava, you send that in from location. Annie, I can say the truth is bitter here. Yoruba people know I can't and mustn't give their own support to Peter Obi and leave their own. But Latinubu, it will never happen in Yoruba land. A person like Jagaban can never be pushed aside by Yorubas, no matter the reason. Watch out in 2023, what will be in the Southwest during election. It's quite unfortunate that some of your guests that have been born can't analyze the Yorubas. Well, I guess because none of them is Yoruba. Unwo Diali. Yorubas will have their own ways, but then eventually the truth is that we want to tend to look at people as how we've always known them and not implement the recent changes that are happening within the structures. Sometimes these things can take us unawares if we don't look closely. Good morning, Annie. You are biased when it comes to speaking the truth because it affects the northern part of the country. You start speaking as if you have water in your mouth. Please point out and talk well. Don't intimidate the young men in the studio with your beauty and your eyes. I'm Onu Samuel.
On what topic?
Which topic is that?
I have no idea.
And he knows that the men are young.
I know that I'm young. And
we have two very old men here.
How did you see Annie's eyes?
How can Annie intimidate me?
A senior citizen
of this state.
Annie, please, sorry.
I apologize. More are coming to
The one he says that I will talk as if I have water in my mouth. I should throw it out.
And you use your eyes and look at us, and then we'll feel it.
Good morning, Annie. Emmanuel Ekpo from Port Harcourt. Let the APC members also apologize to Nigerians. Even when Buhari leaves the shore of this nation, I bet I breathe well. Why? Is he holding your breath? Wow. Good morning, Annie. The wife of Abdusalam Abubakar advised her husband to hand over power to civilization government in 1999. So please, Madam Aisha, what advice have you given your husband in the other room on how to move Nigeria to a better level? Kenneth Davidson Stewart from Opobota. I probably won't come up to tell you what she said in the other room. Aina so Shai Yanzu Kituro Amini.
It's all right.
I don't know what you're saying there.
And this house are passing.
That house, the one he's writing there. The one he wrote there passed me.
I hate Turanini.
Kitura, he said Kitura Amini.
Okay, I thought you said Tura.
So I should send to him, but the rest I don't know what he's trying to say there.
Does she sound like somebody that thing passed?
He passed me. You can ask and give 5 seconds to okay, this is Newton Ikere. Newton Ikere, thank you. I just saw that anyways now. We've got to go. Annie, you and Oga Ima is a member of APC. You are good in supporting evil. Nothing I will not hear this morning. Annie, read my text louder to the hearing of the governor. What did Iboiche did to this government upon all the whole enumerated to work? Iboiche Road was not included. BC, you send that in from Iboiche. All right, another governor will do it for you, I beg. Ira Chukupolo Bona, let's start from you. 30 seconds, so we wrap up.
Well, fellow Nigerians, we are under election season. Let us look critically. Let us participate in the process, and let us know that we'll be held responsible for our decisions.
Indeed.
That any decision we make will be answerable to it. So whenever you are participating in the electoral process, whatever you are doing, please bear in mind that you are still going to live in Nigeria next year, the next 5 years, the next 10 years, the next 15 years.
If not you, your people.
And you are going to use the Nigerian market, you are going to use the Nigerian road. So there is an opportunity now for us to make a statement to history. Let us not lose that opportunity.
All right, then. Thank you so much, Archukupolo Bona. He's a National Coordinator, Civil Rights Council. Good morning, boss. Buhari is a willful sinner. I adore Aisha for saying the truth. May Allah bless her, and may God give us a vibrant leader from the public that the public will have access to. Pharmacist Daninho, you send that in. Dr. Obidima JP.
In as much as I commend the governor for what he has done so far, it should have a rethink and cancel all these projects and deploy their resources to agricultural program for the benefit of Rivers people.
All right, then.
Thank you.
Dr. Bidima JP, journalist and international affairs analyst. Ruben Izu Jr.
I mean, I will not sign off not until I call on the electorates to do the needful, as we are also. No, we are fully aware now that we are in election season, and politicians will definitely come with sweet talks. But if there is anything I would tell the electorates is, please, if the situation you find yourself is okay by you, then don't take time to x-ray some of these politicians who are coming seeking for your votes. Because if you have actually looked at where we were and where we are currently, then that should inform you the kind of leaders you should vote for come 2023, so that we might not be in the end point where we complain, but at least for once we should have a smile put on our face by the leaders we elect, and not tears running down our cheeks.
All right, thank you so much, Ruben Izu Jr., public affairs analyst, chairman, NDNEF Rivers State chapter, and the voice for Ngeni people. That's a Niger Delta Non-Agitators Forum. It's not force. All right.
No, force is not there.
Emmanuel Nzikwe.
Afeni Ferrer should be very careful that Obi and Tinubu should not break down their walls. Peace, indeed, is paramount.
All right, that's it. This is where we wrap up on the show. Thank you so much for all who were part of it. The news, the world news comes up next. Lockie Maxwell is here to take you through that. Stay on the dial. It's an exciting Thursday.
Court, are Are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people. Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM. Port Harcourt, are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people. Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
This is Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Good afternoon. This is the World News on your premium talk radio Today, 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. I am Lucky Maxwell. The headlines. APC fixes November 15 to formally flag off presidential campaign rally in Jos. Rivers State government approves release of 78 billion naira for completion of ongoing projects. 9 occupants of commercial vehicle reportedly kidnapped along Emoha local government axis of East-West Road. On the foreign scene, Russia rejoins UN-backed agreement to allow export of grain from Ukraine. Details in just a moment. Thanks for joining us on the news. The All Progressives Congress is now set to formally flag off its presidential campaign rally in Jos, Plateau State on November 15 after a series of postponements. The party had made several attempts to flag off its campaigns in the recent past, but the internal contestations regarding the composition of its presidential campaign council led to several postponements. According to its timetable and schedule of activities, several town hall meetings will be held with different stakeholders across the country, while December 4 to 10 has been slated for international engagement. On February 8, 2023, there will be a rally and musical concert in the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, while the Lagos rally, which will be the last, would hold on February 13. The PCC is expected to use the period from February 12 to 24 for election planning. The spokesman of the Atiku Abubakar presidential campaign, Daniel Bwala, says Bola Tinubu's manifesto is a campaign against President Muhammadu Buhari's government. Bwala said this days after the All Progressives Congress presidential flag bearer released his 80-page manifesto tagged Renewed Hope 2023 Action Plan for a Better Nigeria, in which he promised to tackle insecurity and the country's economic difficulties if elected. But Bwala said the document indicts the present government, adding that a kingdom divided against itself cannot stand. The Rivers State Executive Council has approved the release of 78 billion naira for the completion of various ongoing projects across sectors and flag off of new ones. In a statement by the Special Assistant to the Governor on Media, Kelvin Ebiri, the approval was given at its meeting presided over by Governor Yusuf Wike at the Government House in Port Harcourt. Briefing newsmen after the meeting, Commissioner for Finance, Budget and Economic Planning, Isaac Kamalu, said the approval was made to ensure that ongoing projects are not left uncompleted by the contractors for lack of fund. Also speaking, the Commissioner for Health, Professor Prince-Will Chike, said the Ministry of Health is not left out among ministries to benefit from the release of the funds. Professor Chike also said there are other ongoing projects being funded by the state government, all of which are at advanced stages of completion.
The Cancer and Cardiovascular Diagnostic and Treatment Center has been completed, and of course the contractor has been fully paid. You remember in June last year, 26 billion was earmarked for that contract. It's been completed, well furnished with the most modern medical equipment for the attack of neoplasias, different types of neoplasias and cancers. And the other thing that the health sector benefited too, the River State University Teaching Hospital, where we have a pre-basic clinical faculty and then the clinical faculties, as well as the renal and the dialysis center of the River State University and House Officers Quarters have also been completed and been commissioned. And there are other ongoing projects heavily being funded by the state government.
On his part, the Commissioner for Special Projects, Deima Iyala, said the ministry has its memo presented to the council approved and also ratified the sale of the remodeled Reef Bank Insurance building.
The
essence of the sale of this building, Access Bank promised that they are going to use it for their regional office. Using it for their regional office means that they will create employment and also affect the economic activities within Port Harcourt. Ongoing projects, His Excellency approved 78 billion. The projects that benefited from the 78 billion includes 20 acres of sandfield and reclamation project at Ogu. We have the Uniport Convocation Arena, the Ataba Secondary School completion stroke, the furnishing, staff quarter buildings for University at Ahoda, MOA, Eche, and the main campus. Also, we have the Rumodugo 1 and 2 road completion.
On his part, the Commissioner for Works, Dr. George Kelly Dakorinama Alabo, said the council awarded new contract and approved payment for ongoing project. Also speaking, the Commissioner for Information, Chris Finebone, said Governor Wike has approved the appointment of 7,000 justices of peace to help ensure the prevalence of peace, law and order within their jurisdiction.
It must be emphasized that it is difficult, if not impossible, to find any state government at their twilight like we have here that is still awarding, paying and commissioning projects. Has not been hard issues of construction, building, reconstruction alone. I am pleased to inform you that the state governor, His Excellency Wike, has just approved the appointment of 7,000 justices of the peace. It has been an all-round approach to development for which our people will be eternally grateful to our hard-working governor.
A federal high court sitting in Port Harcourt has reserved judgment in a suit filed by the People's Democratic Party against the Independent National Electoral Commission, the All Progressives Congress and its National Assembly candidates. Today FM's Uchendo Ejowo reports that the presiding judge, Justice Turaki Mohammed, reserved the judgment after representatives of the parties argued and adopted their final written addresses. The PDP in the state is asking the courts to direct INEC to disqualify all National Assembly candidates of APC for allegedly violating the Electoral Act that gives INEC the right to be informed about and monitor party primaries. However, INEC's lawyer in his written address informed the court that APC in the state informed them about its National Assembly primaries and that the commission monitored the process. The APC and their candidates are also asking the court to dismiss the suit for lacking in merit and award financial cost against the PDP. Members of Labour Party in the 4 Ogoni local government areas in Rivers State have disowned comment and activities of the party's Rivers South East Senatorial District candidate, Douglas Fabeke. Fabeke is reported to have allegedly endorsed the governorship candidate of another political party, an act which has resulted to the setting up of a panel to investigate him. The Kana local government area Labour Party chairman, Gone Akpobari Sakbugi, who read out the position of the party members, said anyone who endorsed a candidate of another party did that on his own and not with the consent or support of party members. Akpobari Sakbugi said they will support the decision of the party to investigate and discipline those involved in the endorsement.
Labour Party remain one an individual party in Rivers State under the leadership of Comrade Chief Mrs. Beatrice Itubo as gubernatorial candidate. The leadership of our Labour Party in the 4 local government area of Ogoni has not adopted any other gubernatorial candidate for Labour Party except Comrade Chief Mrs. Beatrice Itubo. Any individual disguising under any group or NGO to adopt any gubernatorial candidate for Labour Party in the Ogoni is doing so at his or her own peril. We, the executive member of the Labour Party in Ogoni, disassociate ourselves from any purported endorsement of any gubernatorial candidate other than the candidacy of Beatrice Itubo.
Teachers in university demonstration schools in Rivers State have continued to lament over the impact the non-payment of their 6 years' salaries by the state government is having on their families. One of the teachers who spoke with Today FM's Sandra Kenneth on behalf of their members expressed dissatisfaction that their salaries have not been paid for over 6 years without any known reason. He also argued that the issue of mismanagement of funds by the universities as alleged by the Rivers State government should not be the reason for which staff and students should suffer.
I've not left the system. I'm still there teaching the children. But there are few now. These children are very few. No longer is in school is a shadow of itself now. But we are still there, hoping that the government will do something. That's why we are using this medium to appeal to the governor to do something about our matter. My children are stranded. One went outside the country, cannot come back because I don't even have money to give to him to come back. So it has been so bad on us. And I appeal to the governor to do something about this matter so that our children, almost 7 years now, has been difficult.
Also speaking, the chairman of the Rivers Civil Society Organization, NFR George Will, pleaded with the state governor to pay the salaries of the teachers. Stakeholders in the education sector in Rivers State have called on the state government to adjust the academic calendar to properly reintegrate students who are affected by flood in the Orashi region. In an interview with Today FM's Sandra Kenneth, an educationist, Emmanuel Dogba said students in the affected areas should be given adequate attention after the disaster to ensure that they meet up with their activities. He blamed the government at all levels for failing to take precautionary measures on how to reduce the effect of flooding, especially in the education sector.
They're going to be taken aback. Every child who's not in school at this time is going to be losing out. They had enough time to plan and prepare for this. The indicators were there. But unfortunately, these children are going to suffer loss. Not just loss of whatever their parents had, but also time, loss of academic values and what they were supposed to have learned in the period. But in this case, this is Rivers State, for example. Orashi region is not in school. All other regions not affected by the flooding, they are in school. Halting the entire academic calendar will not do anybody any good. Unfortunately, as soon as this flooding is dealt with, as soon as these children get back their home, I think that the academic calendar for the Orashi region needs to be tweaked a little bit. And what that would mean is that during the vacation or the holidays, they may not have the holidays like others can catch up.
Meanwhile, a former commissioner for special duties in Rivers State, Davis Ibiamu Ikaya, has expressed support for the call for the establishment of the State Emergency Agency to address emergency issues like flooding. Ikaya backed the call while speaking with Today FM on telephone. He advised the State Executive Council and the state lawmakers to work together and ensure that the bill that was initiated when he was Commissioner for Special Duties is passed into law to aid the establishment of State Emergency Agency.
We had a bill before the House of Assembly for the River State Emergency Agency. One of them, I don't know what happened to it. I think it's very necessary that we should have a River State Emergency Agency into emergency. That can be domiciled in the Ministry of Special Duties or whatever ministry the governor will. I'm thinking that they should look at what we did, if it is still available, and then and when we did that proposal, I'm sure a lot of things must have changed. Some have come into existence. So let's look at this aligning that is very necessary for the state to hold their own emergency agency to act even before the federal will come. There should be a team on ground that should take care of emergency, and the federal will now come and.
This is the world news on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. We'll take a short break. We'll be right back.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Thanks for staying tuned. Now the rest of the news. This report says 9 occupants of a commercial vehicle have been reportedly kidnapped by suspected kidnappers terrorizing Emoha local government axis of East-West Road. A source from Odegu Kingdom who confirmed the incidents to Today FM said the incident happened around the boundary between Eveku and Rumudugu within Emoha local government area. Our source said the hoodlums diverted the bus into the nearest bush last night when the victims were traveling before the police personnel deployed around Elibrada arrived at the scene. He, however, suggested the return of Onelga Security Peace and Advisory Committee, OSPAC, in the area to help curb the resurgence of criminal activities on the road and communities. Information available revealed that earlier yesterday the hoodlums had blocked the same axis of the area and robbed victims of their valuables. From January 2022 till date, the Federal Consumer Protection Commission says it has confiscated substandard goods worth billions of naira in the South-South region of the country. This is according to the South-South Zonal Coordinator of the Commission, Garuba Ahmed, who spoke in an interview with Today FM's Sandra Kenneth. Ahmed said some of the substandard goods, including drinks and foods, which were confiscated, are still in their stores waiting for destruction. Ahmed also revealed that some of the persons involved in the circulation of fake products have been arrested and will be prosecuted.
Consumers generally, most of the elites, despite that they are educated, when it comes to purchasing of product in the marketplace, they are not mindful of their obligations. Talking of those people who are not educated. So our advice is we are approaching the season period now where anything goes in the market. Some people are cutting corners, trying to mimic the producers. And the producers too are also out to see how they can track these people, advising all consumers across board that we are approaching the season of festivity and all of them should open their eyes. If products are in the marketplace exposed, not properly stored, don't buy any product that are exposed to sun.
Leadership and entire members of Alabo Awome, popularly known as Warie of Abunima, in Akokotoro local government area of River State, felicitate with Alabo Karebo Lemuel Captain Briggs on his chieftaincy installation as Karebo 1. Warie of Abunima described the chieftaincy as well deserved by Alabo Karebo Lemuel Captain Briggs, due to his experience and contributions in building human capacity and youth encouragement. The group, in a statement jointly signed by the chairman, Charles C.T. Briggs Alimpo, the secretary, Ammonia Bob Manuel, Awoloye Ofori Omuso, Nimisoere Bob Manuel, and Omona F. Anabraba, noted that the installation will hold on 5th of November 2022. The statement encouraged the people to support Alabo Karebo Lemuel Captain Briggs to succeed. OJ Hotels and Suite Limited, located at Kilometer 10, East West Road opposite Rumuji Police Station in Rumuji Town, in Emoha local government area of River State, says it is still in search of well-experienced persons for job vacancies. According to the statement signed by Francis Joe on behalf of the hotel management, experienced individuals are advised to apply for the position of security guards, receptionist, waiter and waitress, and cleaners. Also, well-experienced persons should apply for vacancy in the position of supervisor, cook and chef, kitchen assistant and manager. The statement, while advising interested persons to send their CV to the WhatsApp line 0806 012 7040, encouraged them to also call 0803 869 1510 or 0812 786 4911 for more inquiries. On the foreign scene, Russia says it has decided to rejoin a UN-backed agreement to allow the export of grain from Ukraine via a safe Black Sea corridor. Russia's defense ministry confirmed that Moscow would again participate, saying it had received sufficient guarantees from Kiev that it would not use the maritime corridor for military operations against Russia. Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan had earlier said Russian Defense Minister Sergei Shoigu had assured his Turkish counterpart that the grain deal brokered by Turkey and the United Nations would continue to operate. The deal, overseen by the Joint Coordination Center in Istanbul, has allowed more than 9.7 million metric tons of grain and other foodstuffs to leave Ukrainian ports. Under the terms of the deal, ships moving to and from Ukraine are expected by a joint team of Russian, Turkish, Ukrainian, and UN officials. In sport, the Interim Management Committee has fixed December 1 as kickoff date for the 2022-2023 Nigeria Professional Football League season. The IMC has also adopted an abridged format for the new season. The season will end in May 2023 to enable the Nigerian football calendar align with that of Europe and rest of the world. The IMC is also working round the clock to ensure that NPFL matches will be live on television. Rivers United won the NPFL title last season and Plateau United come in second. Both teams are currently campaigning in the CAF Confederation Cup. To end the news, here's a summary of the major stories. We told you that APC has fixed November 15 to formally flag off its presidential campaign rally in Jos, Plateau State. Rivers State government has approved the release of 78 billion naira for the completion of ongoing projects across the state. We also told you that at least 9 occupants of a commercial vehicle had been reportedly kidnapped along the Emoha local government axis of the East-West Road. On the foreign scene, you also heard that Russia has rejoined the UN-backed agreements to allow export of grain from Ukraine. The news is edited by Stella Sesong. For comments and inquiries, please call 0818-3892-850 or send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can also read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com. I am Lucky Maxwell. Good afternoon and thanks for being a part of the broadcast.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. Port Harcourt, are you ready? Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
When the weather becomes strict and everything becomes unsteady, the only way to go is tune to Today 95.1 FM and the world of information, entertainment, and education will be served as breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Welcome to the show. You're listening to today's Quest. The newspaper review segment is what we've
now
got.
who says I can't bring the party to your house right now? Because, even if it's raining, I still bring the heat right here.
I am here for you, and I know you are here for me.
It is surely the best 15 minutes of football you can find anywhere on radio.
People. Back here in the Garden City of Port Harcourt. Today, 95.1 FM. Nothing but the best. Nothing but the best.
Okay, alright. All you need to know about this one is that
95.1 FM? Such a unique style.
I wake up, I see you as you leave. I feel it, I see it as you leave. When we kiss, I went deep, but you're far away. Used to be my everything, treated me like I was a queen. What spell did it cast on me? Or was it a make-believe? You say, girl, never be afraid of ever loving me. Those words I hung on to. Oh God, I was a fool. You became my bad habit, keeping up appearances so you could notice. Even when you suddenly picked the things and left the keys, that's crazy.
been in that kind of situation? You know, someone says, "Oh, I love you." Someone says, "I'm still with you. I'm still your friend." But you can only see their body, but their soul is gone. Their spirit is gone. So they talk from both sides of the mouth. May you never be in such a situation. All right. And thank you for joining us. 24 minutes gone past the hour of 12. That song by Shabi Banke. A great song. Third day in the month of November 2022. My name is Lucky Maxwell. We have so much for you on today's hustle. So all you need to do, stay glued to your radio. If you're at work, at your business place, or driving, wherever you are, just stay glued. We have all the information, education, and of course, entertainment for you on this dial. Today, 95.1 FM. We are the voice of the people. So I'll be with you up until 6 p.m. today. We have so much from 1 to 2, body district, health issues will be discussed. We have from 2 to 3, focus on rivers. 3 to 4, the sports gang. 4 to 5, the platform. 5 to 6, you have Mazi waiting to happen. We'll be here live. And today's Thursday, right? Okay, yes. That means 5 to 6 we'll be having towards 2023. So you have nowhere to go. You only have here to stay. Today, 95.1 FM. So stay right there. We have a commercial coming up at 12:30. I'll be right back.
Cultism is a monster whose ravaging effects have left tales of woes such as loss of lives, kidnapping, drug abuse, threats, destruction of properties, blackmail, rape, and many other ills in society. In our society today, poor parental training, peer pressure, poverty, quest for power and social identity are the leading factors that contributes to youths indulging in this act. Again, peace can be restored to our society only and only if we attach value to human lives, and this would bring about rapid development to our community. Say no to cultism. This message is brought to you by Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Personality profile. Now you know.
Fela Anikulapo Ransom Kuti definitely needs no introduction to Nigerians, or the most of the entire world anyways. His music genre, Afrobeat, has gone on to gain world prominence on every scale. But do you know that Fela, becoming an iconic artist or musician, as you may say, did not fall far from the tree, as his grandfather, Reverend Josiah Jesse Ransom Kuti, as far back as the 1900s, blazed many trails in bringing Nigerian culture and music to the world. Reverend Josiah Jesse Ransom Kuti, also known as the Singing Minister, is known to be Nigeria's first recorded artist and also Nigeria's first notable gospel musician. J.J. Ransom Kuti was known for setting Christian hymns to indigenous music and for writing Christian hymns in Yoruba. He was born 1st of June 1855 in Abeokuta, born to Egba parents. 4 years after he was born, he was baptized a Christian by his mother, to the dismay of his father, a staunch traditionalist. He grew up a strong Christian and headed to CMS, Christian Missionary Society Training Institution in Abeokuta. He landed the job as a teacher but left 8 years later to teach music at CMS Girls in Lagos. A dedicated Christian, he founded a church, Bagura, in Abeokuta, offering English hymns into Yoruba. He pastored at St. Peter's Cathedral in 1911, the first church built on Nigerian soil and one of the oldest in Africa. He released an album in 1925 containing Yoruba hymns under Xylophone Records, now known as Wana Music Group, with the aid of a gramophone. He is credited as converting people to Christianity with his records more than anyone in the 20th century. The song, Ibala, was one of the 43 he recorded in London in 1922. Fela Anikulapo Ransom Kuti's father, Reverend Israel Oladotu Ransom Kuti, was one of the singing minister's 8 children. Some of his descendants include, of course, Fela Anikulapo Ransom Kuti, the pioneer of Afrobeat; Beko Ransom Kuti, a human rights activist; Olukoye Ransom Kuti, former Minister of Health; Professor Wole Soyinka, a Nobel Prize winner in literature; Femi and Shegun Ransom Kuti, both Grammy-nominated singers. It is evident that the singing minister, Reverend Josiah Jesse Ransom Kuti's strong genes found its way.
Greetings, friends. We welcome you to the Sacred Name broadcast, presented by the Assemblies of Yahweh of Bethel, Pennsylvania. I'm Elder Jacob O. Meyer, proclaiming the revealed personal name of our Heavenly Father, Yahweh, and the good news of the Kingdom of the Heavens.
Nigeria Branch, Assemblies of Yahweh, P.O. Box 10912, Port Harcourt. For further inquiries, please call 0814-166-1246.
And we extend a hearty welcome to everyone who has joined us today for the Sacred Name programs, whether it's the radio broadcast or the telecast. We hope that you join us for these Bible study programs. And don't forget to bring your Bible, which is our only textbook. That's what we study, the Bible. This is not an entertainment program, but it's an informative program in which we inform you of various things that we have found in the Bible that you will need in order to be saved. So as a consequence, I hope that every time the Sacred Name programs can be heard in your area that you join us. What you say, you don't know when they're being presented. I'll be offering a 1-year subscription to the Sacred Name Broadcaster magazine. And this magazine, in every other issue, we publish our radio and television log. And the radio and television log also includes our log for our shortwave radio station here at Bethel, which is radio station WMLK. Now, you can tune in to WMLK by going to our website, which is www.assembliesofyahweh.com, and you can connect up for a simulcast of the material that's on radio station WMLK here at Bethel. This is our international shortwave radio station, and we broadcast daily. And as I said, you can go to our website and you can pick up the simulcast of the material that is available on WMLK. Now, incidentally, our Sabbath sermons are presented on the streaming system, the streaming radio. And that streaming system is available to anyone who wants to tune in Sabbath afternoons and through the night. We broadcast for about 18 hours, running that sermon on a loop so that you can hear it even several times. If you go to our website, you'll be able to connect up to the streaming system Sabbath afternoon. The morning services are always presented to the members of the Assemblies of Yahweh. The sermon goes out to various congregations that we serve out of Bethel, and it is picked up all around the world in about 100 countries of the world. So we have a lot of exposure for our worship services, and I hope that you will take advantage of this. Have a pad of paper and a pencil or pen handy when you join us for the Sacred Name radio broadcast and the Sacred Name telecast. Then write down the scriptural passages I refer to, and you'll be able to remember a lot of what I've said about these passages as you read through them in the quiet time that you reserve for your spiritual enrichment. So consequently, we try our best to fulfill the Great Commission. It was laid on my heart many years ago to fulfill Matthew 24:14. Matthew 24:14 is one of the instances where the Great Commission is indicated in the text of the New Testament. It tells us here, and these good tidings of the kingdom. The kingdom is the kingdom of Yahweh, the rulership of Almighty Yahweh through his Son, Yahshua the Messiah, when he sends him back to this earth. And the kingdom of Yahweh is established then on this earth. And it says, these good tidings. There are many variations of the kingdom message that you find among various religious groups, but they're not true. I have never found one single preaching of the message of the kingdom of Yahweh, except what I have been preaching, what I have found in the sacred scriptures. What do you mean, the kingdom of Yahweh? The kingdom of Yahweh is Yahweh's government coming to this earth when Yahshua the Messiah returns to establish that kingdom on this earth. So these good tidings of the kingdom that Yahshua the Messiah was preaching shall be preached in the whole world for a testimony to all the nations, and then shall the end come. When I learned the Sacred Name doctrine, there were very, very few people that I ever found who knew anything about the Sacred Name doctrine. And as a consequence, I and my wife, who is a very ardent supporter of this ministry, when we were discussing how is this going to be fulfilled, this must be fulfilled before the end of the age can come. And as a consequence then, I said, well, maybe we'll save up our tithes and we'll buy a 2-page advertisement in a Reader's Digest International edition or some other international magazine and publish it that way. But then again, as I read over this verse, it says, it must be preached in all the world for a witness. Well, that happened in 1966 when it became possible for me to inaugurate a radio broadcast. Mrs. Meyer, of course, was my first radio recording technician, and we recorded open reel tapes and send them out to radio stations. And that's how we continued to move forward as the doors were opened before us and as the funding was made available. We began to expand, and we even expanded into foreign countries. We went into television. On February 5, 1966, the first radio broadcast was heard on WBMD Baltimore, Maryland radio station. Let us turn then to Daniel chapter 12, where we read, "And at that time shall Michael stand up." The name Michael is a question in Hebrew. It starts off with the interrogative particle, me, which is a question, who or what, and then the middle of the name, ka, is a preposition, and it means like or according to or for, and the final syllable is el, a contraction, an abbreviation of the term Elohim, and represents the Elohim family, the family of spirit beings that are involved in this plan of salvation. So therefore, the name Mikael or Michael represents the question, who is like El? And the answer to that question would be his only begotten Son, the Son of Yahweh, the great Prince who stands over the children of your people. Now, the great Prince has reference undoubtedly to the Sar Shalom, the Prince of Peace, in Isaiah chapter 9. And he stands over the Israelites, the children of your people, and not only the Israelites, but also spiritual Israel today. And there shall be a time of trouble. The New Testament calls it a time of tribulation. The Greek term is thlipsis, and it means a time of great pressure. So this will be a time such as never was since there was a nation, even to the same time. So it will be a unique period of time in the history of mankind and in the history of the world. And at that time your people shall be delivered. Delivered from what? Well, from the adversary and from this worldly system. Everyone that shall be found written in the book. Now, in the Revelation chapter 20, we find that the books were opened, and another book was opened, which is the book of life. The Bible is a book of life for all those who strive to obey Almighty Yahweh and keep His commandments. The Bible is a book of death for those who are violating Yahweh's word and His commandments, and those are going to be judged for their sins. And many of them that sleep in the dust of the earth shall awake. This describes now the resurrection. Those who are sleeping in death in the dust of the earth, some to everlasting life. Those are the ones who were the righteous dead and died, knowing that their relationship was with our Heavenly Father and His Son, our Savior, Yahshua the Messiah. Some to everlasting life, and when they are resurrected, then they will be given everlasting life, life eternal, like Yahshua the Messiah has. And it says, and some to shame and everlasting contempt. Those are the ones that will be sent from the judgment into the valley of Gehenna, where the fires will be lit up again, and they will be destroyed for their sins. And they that are wise shall shine as the brightness of the firmament. This is a description then of the true worshipers who are providing a witness for the people of the world in our time. And they that have turned many to righteousness as the stars forever and ever. Perhaps this is a reference to the angels of Yahweh, who are the stars that Almighty Yahweh has arranged. They're called at places stars. And it says, but you, O Daniel, shut up the words and seal the book. So we find that the book of Revelation, the book of prophecy, has been sealed. And it's sealed with 7 seals. And in the end of the age, it will be opened. The seals will be opened one by one. And the opener of the seals is the Son of Yahweh, the lamb that's portrayed as having been sacrificed for the sins of the world. And so it says, shut up the words and seal the book, which they were, even to the time of the end. Many shall run to and fro, and knowledge shall be increased. Why is knowledge increased today, but why don't people increase their knowledge? Knowledge has been increased in every area seemingly of our life. Medicine, all kinds of gadgets have been invented to make life easier. Automobiles, airplanes, and travel has been made very easy. And many shall run to and fro, it says here, and knowledge shall be increased. Well, I've myself put on quite a number of miles traveling all over the world to bring the glory of the coming kingdom of Yahweh in the message to those who will receive it. So consequently, I'd like for us to consider that we have a lot of information here that I believe that you should acquire. First of all, this is our monthly magazine, and in every other month, alternating months, you'll find the radio and television log in the back of the magazine. And also, it will give you the schedule of our shortwave radio station, WMLK. And the rest of this literature that I'll be offering will be at the end of the program today. So I hope that you'll get your paper and pencil. Whenever these programs are available, always remember, join us, whether on radio or television, and bring a pad of paper and a pencil or pen along with your textbook, which I'm indicating is the Bible. That's our only textbook. That's what we study. And we study the English text, but we supplement that with the Hebrew and the Greek and the Aramaic texts. And as a consequence, I want you to write down this literature number, 9103. Our literature number of this program is 9103, and it will get you a 1-year subscription to the Sacred Name Broadcaster magazine. And then you can decide if you want to continue to receive it or not. But this will be a free 1-year issue of the Sacred Name Broadcaster magazine. And then you'll have a pad of paper and a pencil or pen to write down the scriptures that I give and some points that I'm making, so that you can restudy this material after the program is over and your quiet time that you reserve for Bible study. Now remember, our name and address of where to write in is the Sacred Name Broadcast, P.O. Box C, as in Charles, Bethel, Bethel, Pennsylvania, or you can call it the Sacred Name Telecast. It will come to the same address here. The Sacred Name Broadcast or Telecast or radio broadcast, whatever. P.O. Box C, Bethel, Pennsylvania, zip code 19507. The easy way to order this literature, of course, is going to be by just walking to the telephone and dialing our toll-free telephone number. Our toll-free telephone number is 1-800-523-3827. That's 1-800-523-3827. And we'd like to hear from you. Remember, if you're hearing this message in a foreign country, and we have radio broadcasts and telecasts in many foreign countries, then this toll-free number will not work. You'll have to use our regular office number, which is 717-933-3827. 4518, and you'll have to call your local operator and ask what kind of digits or numbers you'll have to put in front of that to get you connected up to the United States telephone system. So remember, I'll be looking for your correspondence, and I'd like to make a connection with you. Now, at the present time, there's quite a strong pressure on the financial system, not only of the United States but of the world. And this is predicted to come at the end of the age, when the beast system takes power. Now, here in Isaiah chapter 2, beginning to read with verse 12, "For there shall be a day of Yahweh of hosts upon all that is proud and haughty, and upon all that is lifted up, and it shall be brought low, and upon all the cedars of Lebanon that are high and lifted up, and upon all the oaks of Bashan, and upon all the high mountains, and upon all the hills that are lifted up." That's a reference to governments and humans who are arrogant, and upon every lofty tower, and upon every fortified wall, and upon all the ships of Tarshish, and upon all pleasant imagery. The loftiness of man shall be bowed down, and the haughtiness of man shall be brought low. So it's applied to mankind, but symbolically, character of the earth and what's on the earth, the trees are used to symbolize mankind. "And men shall go into the caves of the rocks and into the holes of the earth from before the terror of Yahweh, and from before the glory of his power, his majesty. When he arises to shake mightily the earth, in that day shall men cast away their idols of silver and their idols of gold, which have been made for them to worship, to the moles and to the bats, to go into the caverns of the rocks, and into the terror of and into the clefts of the ragged rocks, from before the terror of Yahweh, and from the glory of his majesty, when he arises to shake mightily the earth. Cease from man whose breath is in his nostrils, for in what is he to be accounted for?" Well, now, what's going to happen here? What are we reading? The answer is, we're reading about a time when gold and silver will be worthless. Do you know that in the Great Depression of the 1930s, the government called in all gold and silver, precious metals, and I believe this time they'll also call in for precious stones to try to pay for some of the stimulus outlay that the government is taking at the present time, the actions that the government is taking. So I hope that you don't forget this, and that you note again that men will be casting away their idols of silver and their idols of gold, which have been made for them to worship, to the moles and to the bats, and they'll go into the rocks and into the clefts of the rocks from before the terror of Yahweh. Things are very calm and straightforward at the present time, but soon the judgment of Almighty Yahweh will fall. You can read something similar to this in Ezekiel 7:19, which tells us, "They shall cast their silver in the streets, and their gold shall be as an unclean thing. Their silver and their gold shall not be able to deliver them in the day of the wrath of Yahweh. They shall not satisfy their souls, neither fill their bowels, because it has been the stumbling block of their iniquity." Now, I don't know how interested you might be in Bible prophecy, but in Matthew chapter 24, we find Yahshua the Messiah's Olivet prophecy. And time is of the essence. It always seems that we're running out of time. But I'm going to go through some of this material on a future telecast and show you how this Matthew 24 is overlaid by Revelation chapter 6. And this will then indicate to you how Bible prophecy is in an end time fulfillment at the present moment. The prediction of the current economic problems are to be found in Revelation 18, where it tells us, woe, woe, the great city Babylon, the strong city, for in 1 hour your judgment came. And the merchants of the earth weep and mourn over her, for no man buys their merchandise anymore. Merchandise of gold and silver and precious stones and pearls and fine linen and purple and silk and scarlet and all citron wood, and every vessel of ivory, every vessel of metal, of most precious wood, and most precious wood of copper and iron and marble, cinnamon and spice, incense and ointment and frankincense and wine and oil and fine flour and wheat and cattle and sheep, and merchandise of horses and chariots and slaves and the souls of men. And the merchants, drop down here a verse or two, of these things which were made rich by her shall stand far off for the fear of her torment, weeping and mourning, and saying, woe, woe for that great city, she that was arrayed with fine linen and purple and scarlet and decked with gold and precious stones and pearls, for in 1 hour the great riches have become desolate. Now I'd like to urge you to write down literature offer number 9103. And literature offer 9103 will include a 1-year subscription to the Sacred Name Broadcaster magazine, and it's a top quality publication. We have items of interest that we publish, and also the radio and television logs. And you'll get a free 1-year subscription to the Sacred Name Broadcaster magazine. On this program, I'm offering also my article, Defending Textual Authenticity. I don't believe in a two-document hypothesis. I believe that it is one unit that has been written up by Almighty Yahweh in this magnum opus work, which we call the Bible. Here is lesson 1 of our correspondence course. You can receive this lesson or even download it off the internet. You can do the lesson and then do the quiz, put on your name and address, and send the completed quiz to Bethel, and you are automatically registered. Here's our statement of doctrine, both in the Pocket and Purse edition and in the Standard Study edition. And here's our new calendar. This is a tremendous calendar, and we superimpose the scriptural calendar over the common calendar. And I know that you need this so that you know when the feast days come. And here's here are 3 articles on the sacred name. And I'd like to also offer this free book, Israel's Tabernacle in the Wilderness. No cost or obligation for this literature. So why not write in immediately? Write to the Sacred Name Broadcast, P.O. Box C, Bethel, Pennsylvania, zip code 19507, or telephone our toll-free number, 1-800-523-3827.
Nigeria Branch, Assemblies of Yahweh, P.O. Box 10912, Port Harcourt. For further inquiries, please call 0814-166-1246.
We hope you'll join us again next week at the same time on the same station. And until then, this has been Elder Jacob Ohlmeyer saying, may Yahweh bless you abundantly.
95.1 FM. To copy this tune, press 9.
This is Today 95.1 FM.
For current news and information, press 5.
They are politicians, all of them. They know what they do.
So they know how they attack each other.
To stay connected